Please welcome the chairman of the Western Conservative Summit, Jeff Hunt.
Don't you love the youth conference? They're all just full of energy this morning. Did you guys even go to bed last night? Did you all go to bed? Anyone actually go to bed? Did you just stay up all night? 2 a.m.? I heard a 2 a.m. here. Anyone beat that? Mostly 12s? Yeah. 4 a.m. Hey, I love the energy. I love it. I had an absolutely wonderful day yesterday. Did you all have a good day yesterday? Man, Cafe Anderson had this place rocking. I think that was one of the most exciting moments we've had in any Western Conservative Summit. He did a fantastic job. And I got to tell you, here's some stats, okay? So the tweet wall up there, that's reached 7 million people. I saw that. So keep tweeting. We're taking the conversation outside the room, which is exciting. We had 80,000 views of the Western Conservative Summit online yesterday. Just one day. So, and it's just going to get better. It's just going to get better. Well, I want to thank y'all for being a part. Thanks for getting up so early. We have so much to do. This is a working conference. If this is your first time to a Western Conservative Summit, the goal is to change our state and change our nation. And so we work. We're here to be inspired. You're going to hear some great speakers today. And we need some inspiration. This last election was kind of like a gut punch, and we're not in the business of getting anybody elected. That's not the point of the Western Conservative Summit. We don't support any candidate or parties. But we came away from this election, especially if you're a Colorado native like myself, wondering what in the world is happening to this state. Record high drug overdoses, record crime, record homelessness. All that happens, and then the voters of Colorado are like, we're going to continue on this trajectory. We want to give those people more power that are leading us in this direction. What in the world? And so you're probably a little discouraged. I've lost elections before. I worked on presidential campaigns. I've lost elections. I couldn't crawl out of this. What was happening to our state? And it's not just our state. It's kind of the entire Western region, as well, as I said yesterday. Donald Trump winning only five of 13 Western states. Friends, you are part of a big movement that's beginning here at the Western Conservative Summit. I'll confess that for most of our history, we've been kind of the Colorado Conservative Summit. But it's not just us. It's the entire Western region that needs to be revitalized. And that's why we have these state delegations that are here. Texas, Montana, Wyoming, California, Nevada. You're going to hear from them some more today. Because I want you to understand what's happening in those states. We need to help each other. There are 6 million more Democrat voters in the Western United States than Republican voters. If we just kind of focus in on our states and just kind of keep a narrow focus there, we're going to lose this entire region. The left is marching through the West. We need to make it a priority. We need to get together. And so my first hope for you today is that you're inspired. After this last series of elections, we need some inspiration. We need to remember what we're fighting for. So I hope you'll get inspired. I hope you'll be educated. We got all those workshops back again. So we hope you'll attend those and get a chance to interact and meet and go up to that exhibit hall and meet these organizations that are here doing work on the ground. Connect with them. Exchange business cards. Start to partner. The fight back for the West begins here, because the ultimate point, after you're inspired, after you're educated, is that you're activated to go out and make a difference. That's the point. So thank you for getting up early. Thank you for devoting your weekend to us. It's going to be a great day. We've got surprises. I can't even tell you about surprises that are exciting here. Security issue surprises. So some big names might be showing up that are a little unexpected. So it's going to be a very, very fun day. Well, as we always do, we begin with prayer and pledge. So I'm going to need you to stand if you can. Remove your hat, and please welcome Landon Knott and Alex Scouten to lead us in prayer and pledge this morning.
Please welcome WCS Youth Conference representatives Landon Knott and Alex Scouten.
Will you bow with me in prayer? Dear Lord, we thank you for this beautiful day that you have given for us today to do this conference on. We thank you for the time that all the speakers are going to put into teaching us and educating us today. We pray that you would just bless their time and bless their words as they're going to speak to us. And we thank you that we are all able to meet together and have the blessing of being able to come to this conference. And we ask that you would bless our time here and bless the United States of America. Amen.
Amen. Thank you.
Now please join me for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. You may be seated. Thanks.
Please welcome Assistant Professor at Colorado Christian University, Christian Finnigan.
Good morning, Western Conservative Summit. It is great to be here early on a Saturday morning with you, and it is even better to be in an auditorium filled with so many people who believe in, value, and want to preserve our Western heritage and tradition. As you know, this year's theme of our conference is Western Strong. And so accordingly, it is my privilege to open up this Saturday morning of this 2023 Western Conservative Summit by speaking on the topic of Western civilization. As you are undoubtedly aware, the values, traditions, and the very heritage of Western civilization are under attack. But even more than that, we are living in times which are challenging the essential goodness and importance of Western civilization itself. Now, in many respects, this is nothing new. It was all the way back in 1987 that Jesse Jackson led a group of 500 students and protesters at Stanford University with chants, "Hey, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, Western Civ has got to go." Jackson and his fellow protesters were demanding that Stanford University remove its course on Western civilization based on the premise that Western civilization was inherently imperialist, colonial, violent, oppressive, sexist, racist, and unequal. Things, sadly, have not improved much since. It was just this past summer of 2020, we watched as BLM protesters took to the streets across the globe and began tearing down statues and proclaiming that Western civilization was inherently racist, patriarchal, violent, oppressive, imperial, colonial, and all the same things. We now live, as we're well aware, in a culture which, if anyone now speaks, or if an institution dares stand in a position that it speaks positively about our Western civilization or the accompanying values it has produced, they are in danger of being canceled. So what results have these decades of attacks on Western civilization produced? Well, according to a recent article in Forbes, by 2011, none of the top 50 universities in the United States still required a course in Western civilization. And 34 of those top 50 institutions didn't even offer courses on Western civilization. Nationwide, only 17% of colleges require Western Civ, and only 18% require American history or government. Western civilization is under attack. And my friends, Western civilization is in danger of being completely written out of the curricula of our universities. I am therefore pleased to stand here this morning and say Colorado Christian University is different. I've been teaching at Colorado Christian for the past few years now, and for the last 2 years, I've had the distinct privilege of serving as the lead faculty member for our course on Western civilization. HIS 185 Western Civilization is not only a course offered at CCU, but it makes up a part of our very core curriculum, a class that every student who wants to graduate from Colorado Christian University is required to take. Absolutely. Making Western civilization a part of our core curriculum alone would be sufficient to make CCU different than those other colleges and universities. But our commitment to Western civilization goes well beyond that. In fact, Western civilization is in our very DNA as an institution. Many of you are undoubtedly familiar with former Senator Bill Armstrong, who along with John Andrews founded this very Western Conservative Summit. Senator Armstrong served as president of Colorado Christian University for 10 years, from 2006 to 2016. But before agreeing to take on the position of leading this university, Senator Armstrong gave the Board of Trustees a series of strategic objectives, principles which he wanted to see the university commit to and which would guide the institution into the future. These objectives, which we now refer to as CCU's strategic priorities, include things like honoring Christ, teaching students how to learn, and teaching students to think for themselves. Uniquely, though, among these strategic priorities is a call for the university to be committed to impacting our culture in support of Western civilization. You see, one of the very core principles at the heart of CCU's mission as an institution is to promote Western civilization, to promote the heritage and values of Western civilization. Far from canceling Western civilization, as so many other institutions have done, Colorado Christian University is taking a stand which says at CCU, we value Western civilization, and we believe that Western civilization, while never perfect, has in fact been a positive force for good in this world. At CCU, we do things a little different because we believe things like Western civilization and the values and traditions which come forth from it matter. My friends, we live in a world that wants to cancel that heritage, those traditions and values. Let us hold fast to the things which we believe. Let us stand for the things which are good and true and beautiful. And let us make a stand in defending our Western civilization. Thank you. God bless, and have a great Western Conservative Summit.
Please welcome the president of the Edmund Burke Foundation and Nevada State Delegate, David Brog.
Morning. Well, thank y'all for being here so early in the morning. This is a pleasant surprise. When I saw my speaking time, I feared I'd be alone. This conference is asking an important question. Does the Western in Western conservatism stand for something greater than our geography? Do we as Western conservatives still have something unique to say to the conservative movement and the country? Or have the forces of national homogenization robbed us of a distinctive voice? Well, ask people, what's Western conservatism? They'll answer you. They'll say it's freedom. It's live free or die. It's self-reliance. And all those things are true. But if we end the definition there, we're left with a one-dimensional caricature of what Western conservatism has been and can be. Because, yeah, we've always valued our freedom and treasured our liberty, but we never saw these things as ends unto themselves. We always saw them as the means to an end greater than ourselves. Western conservatives built families, communities, and the nation. And this is a heritage we have to reclaim and reassert if we are to speak into this moment in our nation's history in a way that is relevant and can make a difference. Western conservatives, above all, have always been nationalists. We have revered American traditions, American soil, and the American nation. And we've lost sight of this critical heart of our conservatism. I want to give 3 examples from history that illustrate this point. The first comes from the famous historian Frederick Jackson Turner in his famous essay, The Significance of the Frontier in Western History. Written in 1884, he says something really important. He says, you know, those people east of the Alleghenies, yeah, they might be physically present on the American continent, but they are not American. They are European in their speech. They are European in their dress. They are European in their modes of thought. It is the West that has challenged and tried these people and forged them into what he called a new American product. I want to read his words because they're important. Turner wrote, "In the crucible of the frontier, the immigrants were Americanized, liberated, and fused into a mixed race, English in neither nationality nor characteristics." In other words, the West was not a flight from the nation. It was the forge that produced the nation. Second example comes from my state of Nevada. This is not a competition, by the way, but Nevada is the greatest delegation here at this conference. I heard a second. You know, our state fathers during the Civil War were blessed by geography. They were far from the blood and battles back east. They could have just sat still, done nothing, and enjoyed their personal freedom, including their freedom from that conflict. Not what they did. They did the exact opposite. They rushed to become a state in time to support President Lincoln in the 1864 election, to win the Civil War, and to support the 13th Amendment ending slavery. They were in such a rush to become a state in time that they famously telegraphed our state constitution to Congress because there was no other way of getting it there in time to make a difference. Nevada, President Lincoln recognized Nevada as a state 1 week before the election in 1864. We voted for Lincoln. We sent 2 Republican senators and 1 Republican member of the House to Washington to support the 13th Amendment. And all along, over $400 million from the Comstock Lode in Nevada funded the Union Army. We didn't run from the battle, we ran in to save the Union. My last example comes from the 2 most iconic Western conservatives, Barry Goldwater, Ronald Reagan. These were men who cherished freedom, liberty, supported small government. But in their day, they too saw a threat to the Union, and they too rushed to confront that threat in the form of an aggressive Soviet empire. Goldwater and Reagan were staunch, fierce, cold warriors. Things have changed since their day. In the seats held respectively by Goldwater and Reagan, today sit Mark Kelly and Gavin Newsom. You walk out in the streets of Denver, the great city of Denver, and you're assaulted by the smell of marijuana and urine. It is the stench of decline. Liberty has fallen into license. Self-reliance has fallen into self-indulgence. Distance from government has fallen into disconnection from community and nation. If we want to speak into this moment and make a difference, shouting about rights to people who recognize no responsibility will make no difference. Talking about freedom to people who understand no restraints will not make a difference. We need to reclaim Western conservatism in its fullness. The freedom, but the freedom in service of something greater than ourselves, our communities, and our nation. Reverence for American history, reverence for American traditions, reverence for this American soil. Postmodern man tells us he does not care about these things. I think postmodern man does not know his own soul. Let us reclaim these parts of our tradition and reassert them so we can remind them who they really are. Thanks so much. Have an excellent day.
Please welcome back Jeff Hunt.
All right, welcome. I'm going to invite our guests. We're going to do a little interview. I want to thank all the liberals and the FBI that are tuning in for my next guest. Ladies and gentlemen, Jenna Ellis.
Great to be back in Colorado. Thanks so much.
So Jenna's a fellow with the Centennial Institute, formerly a
indeed.
teacher at CCU, and then moved on to other things in Washington, D.C. But let's talk a little bit about the use of lawfare, right? The utilizing law to go after your political opponents. We're seeing it bigly in the news right now. I think bigly is the right term to use in that.
I think President Trump would be okay using that term.
Right. So we're seeing it in that capacity. So what's happening right now? Because we've never had a president of the United States or a former president indicted on federal charges. All the attorneys around him have been challenged by this effort. I think it's called Project 65, that's going after attorneys around the president right now. What is actually happening here?
Yeah, so to bring this kind of to a 30,000-foot perspective, when we're talking about lawfare and we're talking about weaponization of government, what that actually means is utilizing the limited powers of government to actually promote cultural Marxism. And that's what I see going on. And what I mean by that is that we understand as constitutional conservatives that the limited powers of government are for the purpose solely to preserve and protect our rights, and not to simply go after political opponents, not to achieve certain outcomes that we might prefer, but to truly preserve liberty and freedom in this country. But what's happening across the country, and you see instances of this with the indictment of President Trump, with putting parents on and parental rights groups on, hate maps and on FBI watch lists, and for going and targeting attorneys simply for representing a former sitting president, for all of these types of issues. What they're trying to do is use the limited power of government to say that conservatives are the opposition, and we want on purpose to promote our own view of who we want to raise up as the oppressed parties. So for example, you see lawfare not just in targeting conservatives, but you also see it in the Soros-funded DAs that are on purpose using the inverse of lawfare by refusing to prosecute, by refusing to protect law enforcement and by refusing to actually use their power of office in the way that it's intended, because all of this is just for one reason. It's to promote their leftist agenda and to silence conservatives into being intimidated to stand up for the truth, and to also compel us to participate in their worldview when they are trying to make us affirm things that go against our sincerely held religious beliefs, our conscience rights, our duty and obligation as lawyers. Some of these things, when they're trying to say, well, we will target you and we will come after you if you don't call this person by their preferred pronoun, for example. So we see a lot of different instances of this. And so the big picture here is not just that they're targeting President Trump, or they're targeting parental rights groups, or they're targeting pastors outside of Planned Parenthood, or pregnancy crisis centers, or that they're targeting lawyers, like the over 110 of us at the 65 Project, which is a group of leftists and never-Trumpers that are trying to intimidate lawyers from ever representing a sitting Republican president again, regardless of their last name, whether that's Trump or someone else. All of this is to simply intimidate us from promoting the truth and promoting the U.S. Constitution for the purpose for which it was designed.
When I think back to history, my mind goes to, I believe it was John Adams, right, who defended the British soldiers in that shooting that took place early on in the formation of our country. And people challenged him, going, why are you defending these British soldiers? Why are you standing on their side? We've got to win, be on our side. And he was so committed to the idea of the equal pursuit of justice that he was willing to defend them even in the midst of that challenge. Are we losing this in this country, the idea of equal treatment before the law? I mean, when you look at the President Trump and Hillary Clinton issues, I think even Elon Musk was talking about this. It just doesn't seem fair anymore. And there's those of us that long for that idea, that principle of equal treatment before the law.
Yeah, and we all understand as conservatives that we're not just outcome-based. We are not going to promote a preferred outcome if we get there by force or coercion. The law, it should treat everyone equally, and we have to abide by principles of due process, fundamental fairness, all of these things. If you look at the Bill of Rights, which I like to just call a redundancy clause in the U.S. Constitution, because it's like, Congress, just in case you weren't clear, these are the certain individual rights that you cannot infringe and abridge upon. We are going to spell it out for you, and we are going to enumerate specific protections and issues within the Bill of Rights that governments most frequently infringe upon. And so most of our Bill of Rights, other than the First Amendment, deal with issues in the context of prosecutions, in criminal prosecutions. And we have to have due process. Well, why is that? Because that is the state against an individual or entity trying to coerce an outcome. And that's why our founders understood that we have to have due process. But that due process protection needs to be for everyone, regardless of whether your last name is Clinton or Trump or anything kind of in between. we'll put it that way, right? And so when you're looking at the indictment of President Trump comparatively with all of the other people like the Biden crime family and Hillary Clinton and Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, all of these people that dealt with all of these things, we should be very upset that we are not getting fundamental fairness in this country, because regardless of whether or not you think that, Trump should or should not have been indicted, the question should be, well, where's the indictment for all of these other people if you are willing to go after a current or a former sitting president and not the current one?
All right, so Jenna, over here we've got future lawyers. I'm sure right here we've got current lawyers. What you're doing now as an attorney, in many ways, is trying to protect their futures, right? Because what is being set up right now is very serious. I mean, it's very concerning with regards to the ability to practice law as a young conservative in the future. So what is your message to our existing attorneys here when you look over here and you see all these bright young minds that are probably going to be future attorneys? What do we do to protect their futures?
Yeah, well, first, congratulations. You're entering a profession that is noble, it's honorable, and as John Adams understood, you know, it matters that you are always pursuing justice, whatever that looks like, and for whoever that looks like. And I will say, as a lawyer, that Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both deserve competent counsel in this country. And that's one of the hallmarks of what it means to be a lawyer, is that you will advocate zealously to the best of your ability for the interests of your client. And what the left is attempting to do, not only in the context of criminal prosecutions and the Soros-funded DAs that refuse to actually pursue the interests of justice, and they are, in my opinion, derelicting their duty because they are ignoring the function of law enforcement for a moral and upright society. But then you have the lawfare that is shifting lawyers that, depending on who your client is and how well they are liked in the court of public opinion, that somehow that dictates how you should represent them. And the nobility of a lawyer and the importance of the profession to our society cannot be underscored enough. That if we don't have lawyers that are willing to stand up and stand firm and say, I will represent your interests, then we are losing the ability to petition our government for redress of grievances. And so, for example, one of my other very famous clients was Pastor John MacArthur out of California. And in the midst of the COVID pandemic narrative, the idea that the state could tell the church that the church is not essential and that you have to close your doors and we can dictate to you whether or not you can sing hymns, whether or not you can greet one another, whether you can actually gather together as members of the ecclesia, and you have to ignore what the Bible tells you to do as pastors and as members of a church, and the state can dictate that. If it were not for the lawyers saying, no, that is wrong, and we will appeal to due process. We will appeal to the First Amendment protections and the free exercise of religion, not the freedom of belief, but the right to exercise our religion, then we would have a vastly different view of church in this country. And there were not even enough lawyers that were able to take on all of the different cases, not only for churches, but also individuals who wanted religious exemptions from a coercive medical experiment that was known as the COVID-19 vaccine. And I helped, I think, probably 200 plus people get religious exemptions during that time. And it was so important to have lawyers that could assess the issue and could rightly petition our government. And if we then say to our future lawyers, you have to be so careful that you're not going to be targeted by lawfare, that you are unwilling to make novel, unique arguments and to represent clients like John Adams did that were not well favored in the court of public opinion, then we've lost the understanding of what due process and the right to petition our government for redress fundamentally means. And so I would say to future and also current lawyers, understand that this is a very noble occupation and you are standing in the way of absolute tyranny, and you have to know that going into this, you will say, not on my watch.
Jenna Ellis has been a wonderful, faithful friend to the Centennial Institute. We know you've been the direct target of a whole lot from the radical left. In my opinion, that means you're right over the target. We appreciate that. Can we give Jenna Ellis a round of applause? In this room, you're well appreciated. I hope you understand that.
Thank you. I really do, and I so appreciate it, Jeff, to come back all the time to Colorado, and you're all such great friends. And without the Centennial Institute and people like Jeff, who first gave me a voice to go and to advocate for conservative principles in front of our state legislature, in front of the media, I know that I wouldn't have gotten to the positions that I didn't without people like Jeff and CCU and the Centennial Institute championing me me and my voice. And so for all of the students who are at CCU, you are at a very, very blessed place. And if God can use someone like me, then he can use anyone. And I would encourage you to find your voice for the Lord, whether that's in politics, law, the church, something else. Just know that if you pray that prayer, Lord, here I am, send me, like the prophet Isaiah did, looking at the culture in his time, God will use that in a very mighty way. And so, Jeff, thank you so much for being someone who's always championed my voice for the Lord, and thank you for always supporting me.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome the President and CEO of Mountain States Legal Foundation, Cristen Wohlgemuth.
Good morning, and thank you for joining me this morning. I am so grateful to our host, the Centennial Institute, for inviting me. And we are one of the workhorse organizations that Jeff mentioned this morning, Mountain States Legal Foundation. Our mission is to protect and restore those rights enshrined in the Constitution through pro bono litigation. So we are the pro bono lawyers for a lot of the liberty movement. We at Mountain States remember that America was, we began as a country of rebels, but we were driven by principle. From our Declaration to our Constitution, Americans turned the old world order on its head. Instead of allowing the powerful in England to grant us a few scant liberties, we, the little rebellion that could, recognized our individual natural right to liberty and granted our government a few scant powers. Mountain States Legal Foundation was founded in 1977 by individuals who believe, as I think many of you do, that if we abandon our keystone issue, that the rights of the individual are supreme rather than the power of the state or the rights of a collective, that our country will abandon the principles that make it remarkable. We at Mountain States do this by litigating for individuals in several key areas. Our cornerstone issue since 1977 has been property rights. Those two small words encompass a remarkable number of issues revolving around your right to own and use your property as you see fit without government interference. We defend equality under the law, arguing that the government may not play favorites. It's obliged to treat all Americans equally. And we started working intently on Second Amendment issues in the early 2000s, just before the Supreme Court finally decided to start weighing in on this issue. Most recently, in 2021, we expanded our attention to include the freedoms of speech and association that are under such shocking attack today in our country. Our challenge from the beginning has been to advance liberty, to take the Constitution and its principles on the offense, while vigorously and faithfully representing our clients who allow us to press our mission through their cases. Let me offer a quick look at just one of our current cases. Americans instinctively understand what property rights are. But here in the West, things get a bit more complicated because of all of the federal lands. For perspective, as of 2020, the federal government owns 640 million acres, and that works out to about 28% of the United States landmass, which is not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible until you realize that 92% of that is located in just 12 Western states. The U.S. government, as you guys know, is currently engaged in a total war against anyone who generates value from the land. They will not stop until all of these industries are destroyed or we make them stop. And they're creative in the way that they go about this war, because one of the worst ways that government can harm people is by simply doing nothing. Agencies have delayed for years and even decades in hopes that folks will run out of money or run out of willpower to continue the fight. Case in point, our clients. Emerson and Faye Ray were a young couple who, when they first came to California during the Great Depression, were just in search of a job. Emerson heard that he might be able to get a job pouring concrete. Isn't that exciting? It was hot, hard work out there in the California desert, but it put food on the table, and neither Emerson nor Faye had ever shied away from a hard day's work. They first staked a claim on what would become the SEMA cinder mine in 1948, where they produced cinder for Western construction markets for more than 50 years. Multiple generations of the Ray family worked the mine, and they grew up in and around the small cabin that they had built on the site. In 1991, the Ray family submitted their application to patent their claim. Patenting is simply a legal method to gain complete ownership of an area that a prospector has discovered a valuable interest in. Unfortunately, in 1993, President Clinton's administration passed a law that stopped the patent applications from being processed. But the Ray family had already submitted their application, so they should have been grandfathered in. They should have been free and clear. But nothing happened for 28 years. In 2019, the Rays finally came to Mountain States, and we filed a motion to request the court to require the agency to just make a decision, because until we had that decision, nobody could do anything. There wasn't anything to protest. It was just pending. In September 19, the court did exactly what we asked, and then the agency took the rest of 2020 to decide what they were going to decide. And they decided that our clients could have 10 of these 692 acres that they had patented, that they had applied for. But we had a decision now that we could protest, that we could contest. And in January 2021, we filed suit over the outrageous treatment our clients had undergone for, as of today, 32 years. In April this year, we finally got to stand in front of a court and argue this very case. And folks, the future looks really bright for the Ray family. The courts don't move quickly, but they do move. And Mountain States Legal Foundation works hard to move them in the right direction on behalf of folks like the Ray family. So that's what we do at Mountain States. We spend all day, every day, litigating for liberty at no legal cost to our clients. When the government forgets that we, the people of the United States, granted it only those few scant powers, Mountain States Legal Foundation goes to work. Simply stated, we fight for a free country, for a free people. If you want to learn more about our work, you can find us at mslegal.org, and we appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Please welcome Colorado Christian University student Rachel Densmore.
Frank J. Gaffney is founder and executive chairman of the Center for Security Policy in Washington, D.C., a not-for-profit, nonpartisan organization that specializes in foreign policy research and that champions the Reagan philosophy of peace through strength. Mr. Gaffney is the host of Secure Freedom Radio, a nationally syndicated radio program airing weeknights, and Securing America, a television program on the Real America's Voice Network. In April 1987, Mr. Gaffney was nominated by President Reagan to become the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy, with responsibility for policies involving U.S.-USSR relations, nuclear forces, arms control, missile defense policy, and U.S.-European defense ties. Mr. Gaffney has spoken at every single Western Conservative Summit, joining us for now 14 years. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Frank Gaffney.
Please welcome the founder, president, and CEO of the Center for Security Policy, Frank Gaffney.
Good morning, Summiteers. It is truly the honor of my life that I have been able to be on this stage with you all for each of those 14 years. I can't thank Bill Armstrong, John Anderson, Don Sweeting, and Jeff Hunt, of course, more for that distinct privilege. Those of you who've been through this with me will know that I've got way too much content for too little time. So I've taken the liberty, at the risk of insulting your intelligence, of trying to really highlight in the PowerPoint I'm going to show you now what are the most important takeaways. We'll have the deck available for you as you wish to go through it at greater length, but I'm going to try to cover a lot of material very, very fast, and hopefully you'll get at least what's in the highlights. Let's go to the videotape, not the videotape, the show. Do I start it here? Okay, I guess I started it wrongly. Here we go. We're going to talk about China. We're also going to talk about its friends as the problem of our time. Why is that? Well, from the get-go, the Chinese Communist Party has both sought to have hegemony over the entire world and regarded us as the impediment to realizing that. Hence, we are their enemy. This I picked up on the web. It's a pithy quote from a guy that has informed Chinese strategy for a millennia or two. I'm going to read it because I think you really need to take it all aboard. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. That's Sun Tzu. What the question arises now is, what do we know? Well, I'm going to suggest to you that too many of us, including in leadership, do not know that the Chinese Communist Party, not because we want it to be, but because of the reasons I've just mentioned, is our mortal enemy. It has, as a result of its activities, made us less prosperous, less free, and certainly less secure. And the two reasons are, one, the unrestricted warfare they have waged against us, and two, that they are aided and abetted in doing so by what they call friends, here in the United States as well as elsewhere around the world. We're trying to help address that with this book. I'm very proud to say that the woman on the screen is a native Coloradan, Dee Laugesen. I trust you're out there somewhere. She'll be with me signing books afterwards, so come see her. And Steve Bannon, of course, published the book as the first of his War Room books imprint. We're very proud of that association. We're trying to correct with the book some fundamental misunderstandings. The first is the truly diabolical nature of the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP. We're also trying to help elaborate on this phenomenon they call elite capture and the toll that it has taken. And most importantly, folks, what we must do about both of them. And we're going to talk a little bit about that. This is the sort of threshold point. Steve talks about it a lot on War Room, as do I. The nature of this enemy is not a political party or even a government. It is a transnational criminal organization, or TCO, if you will. It is far and away the most powerful and most dangerous in the history of the world. We hear a lot about cartels and so on being TCOs. None. And not Adolf Hitler. Not the Imperial Japanese, not the Soviets, came close. Why is that? Well, because this transnational criminal organization has gotten away with war crimes and crimes against humanity for decades. And we believe they must be prosecuted as such, at least in the court of public opinion. Let me start with the overarching point, the crimes against humanity. These photos don't begin to capture the magnitude of what they've done to, yes, the people they have enslaved, but also to their own people since the Chinese Communist Party's revolutionary activities began, let alone when they came to power. To give you a sense of what they have done, just very quickly, again, highlights: forced abortion as a matter of state policy, industrial grade organ harvesting, the practice of genocide, most notably at the moment against Uyghurs, but it has been against Tibetans, it's been against Southern Mongolians, it's been against, again, many of their own people as well. I will just emphasize this because this phenomenon, the social credit system, as they call it, gives the Chinese Communist Party the capacity to brutalize their own people and, yes, control and even murder them with an efficiency that Orwell could never have dreamt of. And what that means for us, we'll talk about it a little bit in a moment. To give you a sense of the scale of the toll that has been taken by these crimes against humanity, 100 million of their own people have been exterminated by the Chinese Communist Party. And sadly, folks, that doesn't even include those that they've murdered in the womb. And some say that estimate is off by about 100 million. It's a little dated, but that's the number the Chinese Communist Party itself has boasted of. Why this is so important is not just the scale of the moral and humanity travesty that this represents. Think about it. If they treat their own people this way, are they going to treat us better? I think not. Indeed, they have pursued a stealthy strategy for taking us down for decades, including, as this gentleman told it, through the use of a hide and bide strategy to win the Cold War that he decided was going to begin with the defeat of the Soviet Union by my old boss, Ronald Reagan. The technique for making this so successful is getting our help in doing it, while, of course, concealing the true malign intentions. In 1999, however, the Chinese Communist Party actually allowed to be published a book called Unrestricted Warfare that kind of put us on notice as to what on earth they were doing. Again, I'm just going to give you highlights. Elite capture, as they call it, I've mentioned already, a very important contributor to everything else, especially on Wall Street, where they have successfully migrated, by some estimates, between $3 and $6 trillion from our capital markets, much of it your money. Pension funds, mutual funds, index funds, exchange-traded funds, other investment vehicles that captured elites on Wall Street have sent their way, unbeknownst, by the way, to most American investors. They actually mentioned that biological warfare would be one of the techniques they would also use to defeat us without actually going to a kinetic war, a shooting war, if you will. These are the 8 charges after the first, crimes against humanity. I'll just highlight a couple of them. They are actually at war with us, being the first. They have captured much of America's elite, and they are using it to take us down. They have engaged, actually, in biological warfare. That's what that COVID-19 business was all about. Make no mistake about it. And not least, with the help of their friends, starting with the Commander-in-Chief of the United States military. They are taking down our armed forces, creating conditions under which they can now pursue, perhaps with impunity, but certainly with minimal cost, as they see it, the old-fashioned kind of warfare against us, the shooting war. The hide and bide thing sort of went over the side back in May of 2019. Again, too few of us are paying attention to recognize that when they say they're at people's war with us, that is what they say in the intelligence business is a clue. And they're deadly serious about it. So we have a list of 20 different items in the indictment. I hope you'll pick it up. I hope you'll share it with your congressional representatives and others, because we need the people of the United States to pull in behind the idea that we have to do something about this. We've got 20 specific ideas. I'll highlight a couple of them. First of all is just understand what I've shared with you already, that there is a war underway. Investigate Joe Biden and prosecute him for his crimes aiding and abetting the enemies of our nation. and others who are doing the same, and remove them from office, by the way. Ladies and gentlemen, one takeaway: if we are, as I fear, as a result of all that I've just shared with you, on the cusp of a shooting war, it is inconceivable and certainly intolerable that we will have, as the leader of America's military, and by the way, the rest of our country, a man who is, as one of my colleagues, Sam Faddis, calls him, using the terminology of the trade in which Sam was a professional, undercover recruiting and running of assets for the CIA. He says Joe Biden is, quote, a controlled asset of the Chinese Communist Party. He can't be the leader of our country at a time of war like this. So, a key piece, hearkening back to what I saw and helped Ronald Reagan do, we need to delegitimize this enemy. The people of China are not our problem. Our mutual problem is the party that misrules them and seeks to destroy us, the Chinese Communist Party. That's where the transnational criminal organization bit can play, I think, an important role. There is one other item, and I don't have time to do justice to it, but I'd be happy to talk to you about it outside where we're signing books. And Dee Dee will be staying a bit longer than I, and she's all about this as well. We have another important line of attack that the Chinese Communist Party is engaged in to advance this goal of achieving the world hegemony that they believe is their rightful place, the center of the universe, the Middle Kingdom. It is weaponizing international organizations. I don't know how many of you are aware of this, but what that means in the guise of global governance is basically world government run by the Chinese Communist Party. Don't take my word for it. Here's what Xi Jinping himself said just 2 months ago. With the founding of the Communist Party of China and after a century of struggle, our national humiliation has been erased and the Chinese people have become the masters of their own destiny, by which he means the slaves of the Chinese communists setting their destiny. Then he went on. The Chinese nation's great revival is on an irreversible path. China will lead the reform of the global governance system. These are some examples of what they're doing as we speak with the World Health Organization, which they essentially run, as they do most international organizations these days. If any of those things don't suit you, and you had a taste of what they're like during that pandemic problem, that biological warfare attack where we adopted, at the insistence really of the World Health Organization, the China model, well, we need to get ourselves out of the World Health Organization now. The last thing, ladies and gentlemen, which is a particularly urgent priority, is we need to pray. We are in a spiritual warfare moment, unlike any in the history of the world, against an enemy that is not only more evil than any that has preceded it, but vastly more dangerous. With God's grace, we will be victorious. The question is, do we still deserve it? Do we still have it? Because if we don't, I think we surely are toast. So I encourage you to do as I do, and I think any sentient American patriot does, and that is pray to God for His grace in this critical moment to defeat the Chinese Communist Party and its friends. God bless you all.
Please welcome WCS Youth Conference representative from Corpus Christi, Texas, Eve Beckyard.
Hello, fellow patriots. Today, I am going to be introducing Congressman Doug Lamborn, who is in his 9th term and serves Colorado's 5th District. He currently serves as the chairman of the House Armed Services Strategic Forces Subcommittee and is vice chairman of the Natural Resources Committee. Congressman Lamborn attended the University of Kansas as a National Merit Scholar. He graduated with a journalism degree and a law degree before moving his family to Colorado Springs to practice business and real estate law. He served in the Colorado General Assembly from 1995 to 2006 in both the State House and State Senate. He and his wife Jeannie, married 47 years, have 5 children and 6 grandchildren. Please give a warm welcome for Congressman Doug Lamborn.
Please welcome the representative to the 5th District of Colorado, Doug Lamborn.
Good morning, everybody. It's great once again to be here at the Western Conservative Summit. It's great to see all of you who are here. This summit celebrates the conservative values that made the West prosperous and successful. And I applaud the Centennial Institute for once again hosting this great summit. It is my privilege to represent Colorado's 5th Congressional District. I work daily to advance the defense of our country and to preserve our personal liberties. As chairman of the House Armed Services Strategic Forces Subcommittee, my role is to ensure that our nation is prepared to deter, defend against, and respond to any attack. My subcommittee is charged with managing the nuclear, missile defense, hypersonics, and military space programs. These all underpin the ability of the United States to lead in world events and to defend from global threats. Today, the most significant challenge to the United States and our most serious threat is the Chinese Communist Party. The Chinese are relentlessly seeking to undermine and supplant the United States, and they are actively planning aggressive action against Taiwan. I am particularly concerned about their unprecedented nuclear breakout and buildup. China now has more intercontinental ballistic missile launchers than the U.S. At its current rate of production, it will have well over 1,000 nuclear warheads in the near future. The Chinese struggle against us and the Western world includes collaboration with Russia to accelerate their warhead production. Russia's unprovoked and illegal invasion of Ukraine last year, the first ground war in Europe since World War II, shifted public opinion about the world we live in. The threats many of us have been discussing hypothetically for years have become a reality. What has changed to make our adversaries more aggressive? I believe it's the occupant in the White House. During President Trump's administration, the U.S. applied serious and deliberate focus to America's role in the world and to deterring our adversaries. President Trump held China accountable for its malign activities, kept Vladimir Putin at bay, eliminated the Iranian terrorist Soleimani, and withdrew from the Iranian nuclear deal. At the end of his administration, America was stronger and taken more seriously throughout the world. The beginning of the Biden administration marked a rapid reversal of this strong America First position. There is a pattern to the Biden administration's national security choices to date, a pattern of failure and weakness. For the first time, the U.S. faces 2 near-peer competitors, and there are signs that they are collaborating. As China is engaged in a nuclear breakout, the likes of which we have not seen since the beginning of the Cold War, Joe Biden is attempting to reduce America's nuclear weapons programs, such as the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile and the B-83 gravity bomb. These capabilities supplement our nuclear triad by deterring non-strategic nuclear threats and holding at risk various unique and difficult targets. And Joe Biden has similarly decided to ignore Russia's suspension of the New START treaty, and he's continued to provide information on America's nuclear arsenal as if Russia will reciprocate. When Russia prepared to invade Ukraine, Biden failed to deter Vladimir Putin. In the initial stages of the invasion, Biden was perilously slow in providing Ukraine with the capabilities necessary to repel Russian forces. Moscow and Beijing are developing and fielding hypersonic systems and testing anti-satellite weapons. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is years behind China in hypersonic testing and fielding. Rather than ensure that we have the missile defense capabilities to defend our citizens, homeland, and forces abroad, the Biden administration, in the face of this novel two-nation near-peer nuclear threat, continues to insist that we cut our nuclear arsenal and use old capabilities against new threats. This is not just incompetent, it is dangerous. Furthermore, his administration naively attempts to revive the Iran nuclear deal, while Iran continues to enrich uranium. According to reports, they have reached 84% enrichment. This puts them close to achieving a nuclear weapon. Biden's administration is currently seeking to negotiate a nuclear deal with Iran in which sanctions will be lifted, but it ignores the serious concerns posed by Iran's record number of executions of its own citizens, continued evasion of sanctions, ongoing funding of terrorist proxy groups, and its continued work to build ballistic missiles that are nuclear capable. By not taking these threats seriously, Joe Biden is endangering the world. A notable cornerstone of his climate agenda has included begging Venezuela for oil, all while failing to address the crisis at the border, which is overrun and ruled by Mexican cartels. And we cannot forget the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan directed by Joe Biden that resulted, and it was against the advice of all of his military advisors, and it resulted in the death of servicemen from the U.S. and the abandonment of thousands of Afghani interpreters and their families who are now subject to oppressive Taliban rule. As he has cowered before our adversaries, Joe Biden has simultaneously undermined our relations with America's closest allies. When he first came into office, he swore to downgrade America's relationship with Saudi Arabia. This resulted in higher oil prices that drove gasoline prices to unprecedented highs. In addition, an increasing number of U.S. partner nations are choosing to cut diplomatic ties with Taiwan to favor China. These diplomatic missteps have been most apparent in the U.S. relationship with Israel, one of our closest allies, who the Biden administration seems to view as non-essential. I believe that the special relationship between the U.S. and Israel has only grown deeper and more significant over the years. I anticipate it will continue to flourish long into the future, no matter the antagonism displayed by this administration. I've been privileged to visit Israel 8 times. I look forward to doing so once again in just a few weeks. We'll be there on a defense mission. The holy sites in Israel are cherished by people of many faiths across the world, and that's one of the reasons why we support this country. In stark contrast, Vice President Kamala Harris just this week expressed her belief that the U.S. should encroach upon Israel's sovereignty and tell them how to run their business. Apparently, the Biden administration believes it has a right to interfere in the internal politics of one of our closest allies. In addition, President Biden has still not met with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, a deliberate snub. I believe we should support our allies instead of undermining them. I have a provision in the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, that if successful will invest $50 million per year in cutting-edge joint defense technology programs for the U.S. and Israel, like cyber, artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and directed energy. Providing for our common defense is the constitutional and first duty of the U.S. Congress. Despite the neglect of the Biden administration, we are taking a serious look at the programs and policies that our military must have. This year in the NDAA, my subcommittee will accelerate the development of hypersonics, keep nuclear modernization on track, streamline space acquisition and address overclassification, and create a more comprehensive missile defense strategy. America needs to aim for qualitative parity with China and Russia and establish the strength of Western civilization in hypersonics, nuclear modernization, and missile defense. Now is not the time for the Biden administration to talk about cutting our deterrence capabilities. Congress will robustly invest in the acquisition of these platforms as well as their associated warheads. We must project strength where and when needed. In addition to the damage Joe Biden and his administration have caused with our adversaries and allies, his social policies are wreaking havoc on society in America. The Biden administration has proudly declared its plans to spend $1.5 billion to develop an abortion hotline to facilitate abortions. This is a complete misuse of taxpayer dollars. The administration plans to turn the Department of Health and Human Services into the Department of Health and Abortion Services. This week, I introduced the Recognizing Life Resolution. It acknowledges that unborn children are entitled to the protection of life and liberty as established by the 14th Amendment. By recognizing, thank you. By recognizing this fundamental right, we in Congress can help change abortion laws around the country and help end this cruel and unjust procedure. Soon I will introduce the Protecting Kids from Fentanyl Act. This bill will educate children and provide training and Narcan to teachers and school employees to hopefully save lives. Fentanyl killed more than 70,000 people last year, and we must combat this crisis in our communities. Also, earlier this year, we passed the Protecting Women and Girls Act, which makes sure girls are not forced to compete against biological males in sports funding through Title IX. We are now seeing that those claiming to advocate for women's equality are actively tilting the playing field against young women and girls in school sports. Because of the left, legislation like these bills I've just mentioned have become a necessary weapon in our defense of our personal freedoms and religious liberties. Whether it is for national security or traditional values, I will continue to fight for Coloradans and citizens of the American West, like all of you who are gathered here today, who seek to preserve our right to life and liberty. Thank you.
Please welcome the Outreach Coordinator for California Family Council and California State Delegate, Sophia Lorey.
Good morning, Colorado. My name is Sophia Lorey, and I am from California. And being here all day with you all yesterday, you made sure to let me know you were sorry for me, you were scared of me, and you won't hold that against me, which I don't know why y'all would say that, but in California, I work for California Family Council, where our mission is to advance God's design for life, family, and liberty through California's church, capital, and culture. And while it is evident most everyone here is pretty familiar with how progressive California legislation can be, I want to let those that aren't familiar know about a few headlines California Family Council has released just over the past 2 months. California parents will be reported for child abuse if they don't affirm their children through California Bill AB 957. California Democrats vote down AB 229 to make rape and sex trafficking a violent felony. California Democrats stick by law SB 357 that legalizes loitering for prostitution. California Bill AB 230 mandates menstrual products in third-grade boy restrooms. California Bill AB 598 would teach 7th graders how to have an abortion. SB 407 will force California foster parents to affirm LGBTQ+ ideology, and California Assemblyman claims parents are Christian white supremacists for objecting to pornographic books in public education. So to be completely transparent, advocating for truth and upholding biblical values every day in California feels a lot like how I would imagine Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego felt when they refused to bow down to the king and then were thrown into the fiery furnace. At California, we represent the Christians who refuse to bow down as we engage in a steadfast battle, actively opposing and resisting the profoundly detrimental bills that have been previously mentioned. One of our most recent battles has been centered around a particular bill, SB 59, which aims to place menstrual products in male restrooms across all state-owned buildings. SB 59 ultimately disregards the inherent dignity of women by attempting to obscure obvious biological distinctions between males and females. This is completely illogical. So I testified against it at the California Capitol. And I want you to all firsthand see what California senators had to say.
Let's walk through basic biology. Only females have to endure monthly menstruation where the lining of the uterus sheds, causing blood to flow from their uterus through their cervix and out of their vagina. Does a man have a uterus? No. Does a man have a cervix? No. Does a man have a vagina? No. Thus, males do not have a menstrual cycle. Let me repeat that. Males do not and cannot have a menstrual cycle. Your bill makes a mockery of this reality.
I do just want to note, with respect to some of the anti-LGBTQ hate groups who testified today, and that's what they are, let's just be clear, and especially with the one anti-LGBTQ hate group that that is now, I guess, portraying itself as having somehow fought for women's equality. I want to be clear that these same homophobic, transphobic organizations opposing this bill today also oppose equality for women. How many of them are trying to get the ERA put into the Constitution? They're fighting against women's reproductive health. So this whole notion that somehow it's pro-women to be anti-trans is absurd, and I want to thank the author and all of the supporters and sponsors for acknowledging that. Happy to move the bill.
You know, just hearing the opposition testimony today, part of my concern coming into this hearing and in regards to this bill really was the hate that really, and misinformation that comes out of some folks, some groups. And I really think about, you know, individuals that I'm worried about people being harmed. And so I'm happy to support the bill today, but I want us to really recognize that there is fear, there is hate out there, there is a lot of misinformation, and I think that we also need to work towards making sure that that there is, if there's any way kind of to prevent any harm for individuals, that we do that as well.
And it makes me sad when we do hear misinformation and what comes across as uncollaborative and just hateful. So I hope that we move this forward and we can all agree that having these in restrooms as women is important. So thank you.
So, what is the result of the progressive, anti-truth, and anti-Christian ideologies that are being pushed in California? Well, California's mass exodus. The exodus from California is primarily driven by a growing discontent with the multitude of progressive bills and ideologies being enacted. And while I hate nothing more than to be the bearer of bad news, today I'm here to let you know that you can try to ignore or run away from California. But California is coming for you, your children, and your conservative values. If you do choose to disregard California, I need you to understand that to push abortion and gender ideology in California alone is not enough for Governor Newsom, Senator Scott Wiener, and many of the California legislators. They are no longer waiting for California legislation to simply influence other blue states to copy and paste our bills. Governor Newsom is now signing bills into law which directly target your children and your rights, no matter what state you live in. For example, our legislators are currently pushing SB 345, which seeks to protect doctors who provide abortion medication, puberty blockers, or cross-sex hormones by mail to people in states where these are banned and not allowed. Last year, Governor Newsom signed these 3 bills into law. SB 107, which empowers California state courts to remove out-of-state children from their parents' custody and take temporary jurisdiction of the child if they come to California because they can't get sterilizing drugs and mutilating treatments in their home states, or because their parents object to it. AB 204 allocates $20 million of California taxpayer dollars for women from other states to travel to California to receive an abortion. And SB 1142 will cover the cost for pregnant mothers to come from out of state to California to abort their child. This includes airfare, hotels, Ubers to and from the abortion clinic. And worst of all, California will cover the cost to babysit your children in one room while covering the cost to kill their sibling in the other room. California is coming for you, your children, and your conservative values. In addition to signing such bills into law, Governor Gavin Newsom has taken further action. He has gone as far as to put pro-abortion billboards in Texas, Indiana, Mississippi, Ohio, South Carolina, South Dakota, and Oklahoma. The billboards state remarks such as, "Texas doesn't own your body, you do," or "Need an abortion? California is ready to help." On quite a few of the billboards, Newsom quotes Mark 12:31, which reads, "Love your neighbor as yourself. There is no greater commandment than these." My governor is intentionally misusing scripture as a deeply perverted justification to help women end the life of their innocent unborn children. In response, California Family Council released the following video.
I'm proud to be able to put those billboards up, proud to be in a position to be able to afford it and do so through the campaign. Our donors are asking for more of that. They believe in women's freedom and right to choose.
Choosing to ignore California is not to be on the right side of history. What happens in California will happen in your state and will happen across the nation if we don't stop it here. I want to challenge you. Many Americans today claim that if they were alive during slavery, there's no doubt in their mind they would be abolitionists. They claim they would have been on the right side of history. Today, we have the chance to be on the right side of history. California leadership is doing all they can to push, promote, and legalize the dismemberment of innocent, vulnerable children in the womb, and then to mutilate and sterilize them once they are out of the womb. I want to challenge you to engage and fight, to be on the right side of history. And one side is killing innocent children, cutting off the healthy body parts of teens, and can't even tell you what the difference between a male and a female is. There should not be a doubt in your mind what the right and wrong sides are. As I mentioned earlier, being a Christian and being a conservative in California feels like what I would imagine it felt like to be thrown into the fiery furnace like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were. But we must not forget, after standing for what is right, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were not alone in that fiery furnace. God protected them and delivered them. If we want to be Western strong, we must be California strong. So partner with California Family Council to fight theological ideologies and to stand for what is good, true, and right. Thank you.
Please welcome alumna from Colorado Christian University from Highlands Ranch, Colorado, Taylor Shirk.
Good morning, Western Conservative Summit. Today, I have the privilege of introducing Kara McKinney, who is the host of Tipping Point on One America News, a conservative talk show which airs on weeknights at 6 p.m. Pacific Time and 9 p.m. Eastern Time. She took over the show in September of 2020. Kara joined the OAN network in August of 2017, where she began first as a writer, then as a producer for the newsroom. Tipping Point with Kara McKinney takes a deep dive into the news cycle, providing edifying analysis and commentary. Kara McKinney draws upon history, philosophy, religion, and other intellectual disciplines that go beyond the headlines. As a devout Catholic, she remains in awe of the great blessings God has given her with these opportunities. She is a native of the Southern California area and comes from a law enforcement family. Please help me welcome to the stage Kara McKinney.
Please welcome the host of Tipping Point with Kara on the One America News Network, Kara McKinney.
Hello, I'm so excited to be here tonight. And first things first, I guess, many thanks to Jeff Hunt for having me here. It's so funny to have the tables flip because usually he's a guest on my show, and now this past weekend I've been his guest, so I'm immensely grateful for those opportunities. Thank you so much to Jeff and everyone else for this amazing summit. I've been having a blast so far. So I want to talk about a little history, actually, because anyone who watches Tipping Point knows I always end my show every night with a historical spotlight for some information that we can all take with us into the next day, because sometimes understanding history helps us to better understand ourselves, and therefore the headlines that we run into every single day, and they seem to get crazier and crazier. So one thing that got my attention when I was flying into Denver just yesterday morning, actually, was as I was looking out the window, I noticed all the beautiful cul-de-sacs and all the suburban growth, and I realized in the state of Colorado, there's so much land, there's so much opportunity here for growth and building, and I see it everywhere, and I really do love it, because usually when you go to political conferences, gotta go to the East Coast. No hate on the East Coast, but I'm from California. I love the western side of things, so I'm glad to be out here. But what you notice when you go to the East Coast is, it's a little bit older over there, so more haphazard buildings, and sometimes you feel very condensed and squished. But out here in the West, lots of land. So talking about some history, and I want to talk about some growth and some old world, because Colorado still has a lot of history, despite all the new stuff I was talking about a second ago. So some fun trivia to kind of get us going right now. So tuberculosis, I know, why am I bringing up a bacterial lung disease right now, also known as consumption in the White Death? Well, if you ask the History Channel, they say tuberculosis put Colorado on the map. Now, I don't want to reduce all the history of Colorado to, like I said, a pretty nasty lung disease, but it did bring a lot of people to the state for the good air out here. One of those people is actually Doc Holliday. When he was on the run from the shootout at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, running away from murder charges, he had tuberculosis, he had TB, he was called a lunger. He came out here for the good air and to hide from the law as well. So other fun history, you guys have Pikes Peak out here. It's about 14,000 feet elevation. There was the poet Catherine Lee Bates. She climbed the summit in the summer of 1893, and the poem that came from the beauty that she saw is what we now sing and refer to as America the Beautiful. So like I said, a lot of fun history. You guys also have the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park. That's where Stephen King, forget his politics for a second, but when he was at the hotel, I think it was going into the winter season, so I think he was pretty much the only one there, maybe he and his wife, and he saw this giant hotel. It was completely empty, and he thought to himself, up the idea that became The Shining.
So, like I said, a lot of fun stuff out here. Also the Broadmoor Hotel. You also have the unsinkable Molly Brown. Her house is out here in Denver. And thanks to my mom, a shout out for my mom and dad, because growing up they took us all over. There's pretty much no side of the western half of the United States we have not seen or been to, and I thank them immensely for that. My mom loves history. She calls herself a nature nerd. She loves nature parks, and all the rest. So a lot of this information is because of my mom, so I want to thank her for that. But then it gets to the point of, is that what conservatives are? Are we only looking backward? Are we not looking forward? A lot of our detractors would say so. Even go back to the early 20th century of writers like G.K. Chesterton fighting off those who say, you knuckle draggers, you cavemen, look into the future, we're the progressives, we're the ones moving forward and you're holding us back. So what does it mean to be a conservative? I love history, you guys love history. Is it such a bad thing to be looking backward? So I have actually a quote here from Edmund Burke, the 18th century's Edmund Burke. And he talks about what society is. He says it's a contract between those who've come before us, our ancestors, those who've preceded us in death, with those who are currently living, so all of us, fun stuff, and with those who are yet to come, the unborn, the future generations who are coming. So that's kind of the social compact that we have here. Now for liberals, what they do is they cut that off. They atomize you. They atomize all of us. For a plain liberal, it's more just the hyper-individualism of no unchosen bonds can bind me. Spouse, psh, kids, psh, the unborn, psh, you have no claim on me. I'm my own sovereign, king of my own universe. If you get in my way, I'll sadly kill you, I guess, with abortion and euthanasia and all the other crazy stuff that we see being promoted right now, or even spiritual death, reproductive death in the form of the mutilation of kids, the LGBTQ movement that we see on the rampage. But again, cutting you off. You go further down that line, you have far leftist, and what do? They atomize even further. They break down the basic social unit, which is the family. So it's actually not the individual that stands alone against government, it's actually the family that stands alone against government, and then families together in their communities. The left breaks that apart, because you have to necessarily break down the family in order for the state to grow. Because if you're in a tough spot financially, emotionally, physically, whatever you need, throughout history, you look to your family. They'd be the ones who'd care for you in those moments. Now a lot of people are distant, like I said, from spouses and parents and kids, and everyone's just doing their own thing. We're so atomized. So where do you look? You look to the government. Even some Republicans fall into that, because the destruction of the family that really kicked up a notch in the 60s with the sexual revolution, I mean, that thing has just plowed through pretty much all of us. Even us on the right, it hasn't left us unscathed either, even though we're a lot better off than the left right now, as we can see. But again, that's the individual, you see the hyper-individualization, because again, for the left, the idea is government is their big their engine for change, social re-engineering is basically what it is. So they have to crush you, they have to crush your family, and therefore the state, the leviathan of the state, can then grow. So that's something we stand against. However, being a conservative, though, is more than just saying no to all that. It's more than just being unchanging and saying, well, there's some beautiful time in the past that we can get back to. But that's not true either. Every time in the past, any historian out there will tell you there was good parts and bad parts, and you kind of have to wade through and see what virtues and what vices were more prominent in each age, and then you take that with you. As Edmund Burke says, almost the passing of the torch between those who came before us now and those who are yet to come. So you have, like I mentioned earlier, the 20th century philosopher and writer G.K. Chesterton. He talks about, kind of jokingly, but it's also kind of true, the job of the progressive is to ruin everything. Like I said, to just destroy, thinking that there's some utopia out there. It only ends in dystopia and countless corpses. I mean, we saw that especially in the 20th century, but on they go. But then the problem is sometimes for conservatives who think their job is just to hold to what has happened in the past, is then he says the job of the conservatives is then to take those messes and then not want to change from them and say, well, now this is my tradition. And what do you hear the joke right now for Republicans is what? We're a few years behind Democrats. We're kind of going off the same ledge with them, but just a little bit slower. So again, we go back to the question of, well, then who are we? Who are we supposed to be as conservatives? So once more, G.K. Chesterton, because I love the guy, so why not? He talks about the fence. He has an analogy about a fence. You're hiking through the forest, through the fields, and you see a fence, and you think, what's the deal with this fence? It doesn't look like it's holding anything in. Maybe it's all overgrown, and you can't really tell what the use of it is for. The progressive would just tear it down. He says the conservative job, though, is to look at the fence and to understand why it's there. To understand that first. If it's no longer necessary, you can take it down. But if it is necessary, keep it up. You don't want to be the progressive who takes down the fence and now a monster comes and eats you. Not a good thing. So that's kind of what we do as conservatives, is we sift and we search through history, through our theological traditions, and we understand the eternal truths, those that are unchanging. And then you see how that's supposed to affect you in the particularities of the time and place in which you live. So we're not just looking backwards, we're looking presently, and we're looking forward. We've got the whole shebang. It's the left that's stuck in their own little island over there. So that's who we are as conservatives. So, and as I mentioned, we kind of run into the crux of the problem, though, for some on the right. You kind of see a division. Some will say, well, you can't bring God into things. And one of my biggest issues, I'm pro-life. That's my main, that's the hill I will always die on, from protecting life from conception until natural death. And one thing that I hear from many well-meaning people on the pro-life side is, well, hey, pro-abortionists, we don't need God or religion to talk about why the unborn deserve their humanity and their human God-given rights. We can just use science. And science is great, but it's just one tool. But when you kick God out and you only rely on the scientific tools, you're giving the left's premise of scientific, godless materialism. Now you're playing on a rigged battlefield. You're fighting with one hand behind your back. When we talk about God and faith, whatever our religious tradition is, Judeo-Christian, Abrahamic faiths, we have to, it should infuse all of us. And what we do, whether we're talking about something as banal as taxes, or we're talking about foreign policy or cultural issues, we can't only bring up God when it's religious liberty issues and then forget about him everywhere else. Again, we're going to be in the left's game. We're going to be playing on their battlefield. We're saying we don't need to return to God. And then sometimes, again, when I talk to even well-meaning people on the right, they'll say, well, doesn't that make you like the Taliban? You theocratic fascist. You can't bring God into this. You can't bring your religion. Everyone has their own conception of what the good is. But for those who think that, you've really drank the Kool-Aid of the air around you, the water all around you, of what the left has done to us for so long. You've drunk in their solipsism. We've been living in their moral framework for decades, but we've accepted their premise that that's neutrality, that that's unbiased, that it's nonpartisan. It's not. We are the exiles in Babylon, and we need to reclaim that. So when we talk about morality and God and anything and everything we do, they can't clutch pearls and say, oh, how dare you? Leave your religion out of this. Don't force your beliefs down my throat, is what you always hear. And then, like I said, the right, we are cowed into submission. We say, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You know, let me get God out of here too. And they think, got him right where we want him. Because again, everything that you've heard from all the speakers, everything that you've heard today and tomorrow, what you'll hear tonight, is the left, there's a lot of religious undertones to what they do. It's a rebellion, an opposition against reality. And what is reality? It's God's foundation for everything. So whether or not individuals want to accept everything, you have to worship something. Everyone worships something at the end of the day. So there's always a moral framework that's going to win in the end. The left is making sure their moral framework wins, and they're kneecapping us, saying, oh, you can't talk about God because that's bringing morality into this. And I'm saying, excuse me, sir, that's all you guys have been doing for decades. You try to squish us with that. Don't let them hold you down with that. Instead, say, no, a framework, moral framework, will win in the end, and I'm going to make darn sure it's God's framework and not yours, because we've seen the destruction, the deaths of despair, the depression, the suicide, the destruction of the family, the abortion, the drug epidemics that we've seen, homelessness. We've seen the fruits of what they've pushed onto us. Their morality, lack of is more like it. We've seen what it's done, and we're saying, no, that is not the right way. We're going through history not to look back to be the caveman, but to bring back, like I said, those eternal truths that are always, always true. And we're seeing how that can inform us today. It's that binding of all the generations, everyone past, future, and present. And so we have to understand that. And so, what's my message, the moral of the story? We're coming up on the end here. My moral of the story is God tells us, do not be afraid. I go before you always. So let us be humble enough to actually take him at his word, the all-knowing, all-omnipotent, all-loving, all-good God who made all of us, who loves us all more than we could ever even imagine. Let us take him at his word, be humble enough to accept that, and to take that with us through everything that we see and do, and not be afraid. To not be afraid, like I said, he goes before us always. So God bless. Thank you guys so much for giving me some of your time this morning. It's been fun.
Please welcome the Executive Director of Honest Elections Project, Jason Snead.
Well, thank you all and good morning. It's wonderful to be here in this room with so many passionate, committed conservatives talking about an issue which is nothing short of fundamental to the health and future of our republic, and that is preserving the integrity of our elections. That's something which we at the Honest Elections Project are fighting for every single day across the country, to make sure that it is easy to vote and hard to cheat, and that we and future generations will have elections that we can trust and have confidence in. But that's a fight which is both never-ending and incredibly challenging, because the left is looking for every opportunity to skew the voting system for its own advantage. And as they do so, there is no rule, there is no principle, there is no law or safeguard which is too sacred or important to attack or discredit if it gets them closer to that goal by even an inch, changing the process so that they can give themselves an advantage. And what I want to do with the short time that I've got with you this morning is share my thoughts on three of the latest threats from the left to our election system. And the first of those is the reemergence of Zuck bucks. We all saw how corrosive private election funding can be in 2020 when a single left-wing entity, the Center for Tech and Civic Life, sent $350 million to election offices around the country. But they didn't do it evenly. They sent more money per capita to places that voted for Joe Biden than Donald Trump. And they used the money to drive what looks like a government-run get-out-the-vote program targeting constituencies that are core to the left's politics. It was corrosive, and the more that we learned, the more states stepped up to the plate and banned Zuck bucks. In fact, half the states today have passed a law restricting or eliminating that practice. But the left doesn't stop. They operate with a certain Newtonian logic. For every action, there's a reaction. And as states stepped up and banned CTCL's program, CTCL simply adopted a new one, the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence, an $80 million program tying CTCL and a number of other left-wing organizations, all with an agenda to change voting for progressive advantage. And they brought them together under the banner of this new program targeting local election offices, offering multi-million-dollar grants in states that haven't banned Zuck bucks, but crucially in states that have, allowing offices to simply buy their way in. They found a loophole around those protective laws so that they can continue to pump their influence in politics into the offices that we entrust with running our elections. What we have done is we have FOIA'd all of the offices that have joined the alliance, and we have learned the truth of what this program is and what it is not. What it is not is an award or a note of excellence, which is what the public is told when an office joins. What it is a quid pro quo system. And you don't have to take my word for it. You can take a look at the notes that were captured by an election administrator who joined this program in Brunswick County, North Carolina. And she puts it in black and white. Offices that join have to give something, and they get something. What they get are best practices, trainings, coachings, guidance, even legal and political advice from a coalition of left-wing organizations, political advice going into the offices that run our elections. And what they give is access, data, and they spread the alliance to other offices. And what the alliance does with the data that they capture is develop what they call improvement plans that literally fundamentally reshape the way these offices function and turn them into models of left-wing activism. This is something which is going on across the country. Unlike in 2020 when they parachuted in at the last minute, now CTCL aims to stay and transform itself into a shadow regulator and use this alliance that it has constructed to change the way that we conduct elections. And that should alarm all of us. especially since this alliance is tied to some of the deepest and darkest money on the left, George Soros, Arabella Advisors, and even a foreign billionaire named Hans-Jörg Wyss, who has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to influence American elections and to push a progressive agenda. But they don't stop with just trying to weaponize the administration of our elections. They have an even more fundamental plan to change the way that we vote altogether with something called ranked choice voting. This is a system that asks voters not to vote for a single person for each race, but to rank multiple candidates. And then through a series of elimination rounds and redistributions of votes, you compute a winner who claims to have won a majority. Except that often doesn't happen because so many ballots can be thrown out in a ranked choice election because of a problem called ballot exhaustion that oftentimes the person who wins only gets a plurality, not the majority. That's a common problem in a ranked choice election, and it's just the beginning of the many, many problems with ranked choice voting. RCV is a nightmare for voters and public officials alike. It makes voting harder. It makes recounts harder. It leaves our election system at the mercy of an algorithm that we don't always understand. At a time when we need to be promoting transparency in the name of voter confidence, ranked choice voting turns our elections into a black box. But the fight over ranked choice voting is going on all over the country. And the same people who are paying for Zuckbucks 2.0 are paying for lobbyists and local organizations and ballot measures to promote this unwise practice all across the country. Fortunately, conservatives are stepping up with a new coalition called Stop RCV. And with that coalition, we aim to bring to bear the intellectual and other resources needed to stop the spread of ranked choice voting. But remember that Newtonian logic, action and reaction. When states step up to the plate and ban ranked choice voting, as we encourage them to do, and as 3 have done this year, the left returns fire with ballot measures promoting ranked choice voting. And not just that, they also aim to blow up the party primary system too. They don't want parties to hold primaries. They want everyone to run in a single California-style jungle election, and then the top vote getters go on to a ranked choice general. A 1-2 punch that the left's elites have calculated will not only make it harder for conservatives to get elected, but will also weaken political parties. And guess who steps into the vacuum? George Soros, Hans-Jörg Wyss, Arabella Advisors Network, the people with the money and the resources to influence politics. They are spending tens of millions of dollars to push ranked choice voting across the country, and they aren't buying a more representative or responsive government for the people. They're buying one that will be more responsive to their politics and their agendas and will give these left-wing billionaires even more influence over our political process than they have today. I encourage you all to check out Stop RCV at the QR code there to find out more about what the conservative organizations around the country are doing to push back on ranked choice voting. And now I'll speak about the third threat that I think we all need to be aware of. Even if the left fails with Zuckbucks, and even if they fail with ranked choice voting, they have an ace up their sleeves. They have an army of litigators who are willing to go to court and abuse the judicial system to push their politics and to rewrite your voting laws. Even worse, we have seen many, many instances where the Democratic Party itself will sue a Democratic state official who will then enter into a collusive settlement to rewrite your voting laws behind closed doors. In 2020, the army that you see here filed more than 200 lawsuits. Many of those were masterminded by Hillary Clinton's former lawyer, a man named Mark Elias, who has a law firm with at least 70 full-time attorneys devoted to this issue alone, fighting to change voting laws in courts across the country. They have enormous resources. They are plugged into the same organizations that are funding Zuckbucks and ranked choice voting. And they will not stop until they have used the courts to their fullest, until they have used those collusive settlements and consent decrees. And as we move into another election cycle, I don't see any reason why 2024 will be any different than 2020. There is not a law or rule which is too sacred or too important to attack or discredit. And I fully expect that we will see this army of left-wing lawyers going into courts across the country to get rid of vote trafficking bans and voter identification laws, to push for late mail ballots. The objective is never to level up on security, it's always to level down, to introduce just a little bit more muddiness into the system, and if possible, create a greater margin of litigation that could allow these same lawyers to sue in courts to change the outcome of elections afterwards. I'll leave you with this final thought, though. The left has enormous resources. They have a tenacious desire to change the voting process for their own aims. But conservatives are winning this fight. 2 years ago, when we did a poll, we asked who supports photo identification requirements. And we got a response which was mind-blowing, 77%. Today, we're nearing 90% support for photo ID. Conservatives have the common sense answers to preserve the integrity and security of our election system. And the left will try, and they will shout, and they will make noise. But the American people are with conservatives. We have to keep our eye on the ball. We have so many issues that are facing our nation. Protecting life and religious liberty, bolstering our national security against the threat of communist China, stopping the spread of ESG, preserving parental rights and education. But the first issue that we have to get right is elections. We have to make sure that we and our children have free and fair elections, and that's what Honest Elections Project is here for. Thank you all for the time.
Please welcome 710 K-News talk show host, Jimmy Sangenberger.
Good morning. You know, after doing 3 hours of radio today, I'm a little tired, but I'm very excited to introduce a man who is a radio host turned politician. And I was fascinated in talking with Larry Elder about that sort of jump and some of the skill sets that are taken from being in radio and then, say, running for the governorship of California in the midst of a recall of that terrible governor, Gavin Newsom, who somehow keeps exporting his policies right here to Californicated Colorado, which, how many of us are tired of that who are Coloradans in this hall right now? Need to put an end to that, but we have so many issues that we are facing across this country right now, from education to the economy and the skyrocketing Bidenflation that we are feeling right now, every one of us, to the cultural and social issues that are going on right now. And when you're on the radio, you're interacting and engaging with listeners, folks who are calling in. You don't know what they're going to say. It's not pre-planned. It's sort of spur of the moment, and that's one of the exciting things. But it also teaches you a skill set of listening and engaging with people with whom you disagree, something that Larry and I were just speaking about. Now, as a radio host for some 30 years based in Los Angeles, Larry Elder was known as the sage of South Central. So I don't know if that means he's a presidential candidate, a radio host, or an oracle, but he sure does understand how to communicate and talk about the issues that matter. And he's running as a presidential candidate for the United States of America. Somebody who is a radio guy I'm pleased to introduce. Welcome, a advocate, staunch advocate for freedom, for liberty, for the constitutional principles of the United States of America, Larry Elder. Thank you.
Please welcome the 2024 presidential candidate and talk show host, Larry Elder.
Say hello to the black face of white supremacy. That's what the LA Times called me when I ran for governor. I kid you not. It was a headline, Larry Elder is the black face of white supremacy. Subheadline, you've been warned. The other day I was watching The View. Yes, I do that so you don't have to. And Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar were talking about how unusual it is for a black person to be successful. There are exceptions, they said. And I thought about my father. My father was 13 when he left home. And when I say left home, it's probably not the fair way of saying it. He was essentially thrown out of his house by his mother. My dad's mom was illiterate. He was born in the back of a room, as were most blacks in those days, Athens, Georgia, 1915. He knows the year he was born. He does not know the month and the day. So he enrolls in kindergarten. The teacher says, "What's your birthday?" My dad says, "I have no idea." So she wrote down May 25, which was her birthday. So every time May 25 would roll around and we would celebrate my dad's birthday, I would say, "Dad, we have a 1 in 365 chance of this being the right day." My dad never knew his biological father. My name, Elder, was a name of a man who was in his life the longest of his mom's series of men she essentially lived off of. And my dad came home at the age of 13. Elder was long gone. Elder, by the way, was an alcoholic who physically abused his mom, and when my dad tried to stop it, he would physically abuse my dad. So my dad comes home at the age of 13. He quarrels with his mom's then boyfriend. She sides with the boyfriend and throws my father out of the house, never to return. You've heard people say so-and-so is dirt poor, this guy was dirt poor. My dad was dirt poor. The road was dirt. He had no money in his pocket at the age of 13. He was dirt poor. He walked down the street and did anything he could, any kind of job he could. Ultimately, he got a job as a Pullman porter. They were the largest private employers of blacks in those days. So this little black boy from Athens, Georgia, was able to travel all around the country, and he came to this place called California and a city called Los Angeles, and my dad was stunned. You could walk in the front door of a restaurant and get served. My dad always had packages of crackers and tin cans of tuna because you never knew in the South if you'd be able to get a meal. So my dad made a mental note, maybe someday I'll relocate to Los Angeles where things are better. Pearl Harbor. My dad joins the Marines. We have any Marines here? Semper Fi, bro. I asked my dad why the Marines. You know what I'm going to say. 2 reasons. 1, they go where the action is. 2, I love the uniforms. So my dad was a staff sergeant stationed at Guam. He was in charge of cooking for the colored soldiers. The military, of course, was segregated in those days. War is over. My dad goes back to Chattanooga, Tennessee, where he met and married my mom to get him a job as a cook. My dad can look at a cake and tell you what's in it. So he goes to a restaurant, and he is told, "We don't hire niggers." Goes to another restaurant, told the same thing. Another restaurant, told the same thing. He goes to an unemployment office. Lady says, "You went through the wrong door." My dad goes to the hall and sees colored only, goes through that door to the very same lady who sent him out. My dad came home to my mom and said, "This is nonsense. I'm going to LA. I'm going to get me a job as a cook and I'll send for you." So he goes to LA, he walks around, and he's told, "You don't have any references." My dad said, "I need references to make ham and eggs?" He offered to work for free just to get a reference. Wouldn't do that. So he's treated the same way in California as he was in Georgia. They were maybe a little more polite about it. He goes to an unemployment office, this time just one door. And the lady says, "I have nothing." My dad says, "What time do you open?" She says, 9. "What time do you close?" She says, 5. My dad said, "I'll be sitting there till you find something." My dad sat in a chair the whole day, came back the next day, sat there for about half the day. She calls him up. She says, "I have something. I don't know whether you're going to want it." My dad said, "Of course I'm going to want it. I'm starting a family. What is it?" She says, "The job at Nabisco brand bread cleaning toilets." My dad did that for over 10 years. Took a second full-time job with another bread company called Barbara Ann Bread, also cleaning toilets. Cooked for a family on the weekend because he wanted to make additional money so my mother could be a stay-at-home mom. And he went to night school to get his GED, and then later on went to trade school to learn how to operate a small restaurant. So by the time my dad is 47 years old, he starts this little cafe. And when my dad retired, he owned the little property where the cafe was, property next door to it, plus the home that's still in our family. So when my dad retired in his 80s, he had a net worth of around $1 million. Don't tell me my father was an exception. That generation worked hard. That generation believed in America. My father was religious. My father believed in God. My father believed in hard work, accountability, patriotism, entrepreneurship. In 1940, 87% of blacks lived under the poverty line. 20 years later, in 1960, that number had fallen to 47%. That's the greatest 20-year period of economic expansion for blacks in American history. And that's before the Civil Rights Act of '64, before Brown versus Board of Education, Jim Crow South. Why? It was rare for a child to be brought into the world without a father and a mother in the home. Today, it is rare for a black child to be brought in the world with a father and a mother in the home. 70% of black kids enter the world today without a father in the home married to the mother. 25% of white kids enter the world today without a father in the home married to the mother. The reason I mentioned 25% is because that was the same percentage as was the case with blacks in 1965. There was a booklet written by a liberal, later on became a senator from New York, named Daniel Patrick Moynihan, called The Negro Family, A Case for National Action. And again, 25%, when he wrote that book in 1965, black kids entered the world without a father in the home married to the mother. He thought this was horrific. It's going to have all sorts of negative social problems, and it needed to be addressed. Now 25% of white kids, as I mentioned, now enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother. 50% of Hispanic kids, 40% of all American kids today enter the world without a father in the home married to the mother. Why? Our welfare state has incentivized women to marry the government and has incentivized men to abandon their financial and moral responsibility, and we need to deal with this. These kids need mentors. They need male role models. There are a whole bunch of men who are now retired with plenty of time on their hands, and just as with an alcoholic you have a sponsor, all these kids should have a sponsor, should have somebody that they could pick up the phone with or go online with and have a conversation with when they're getting ready to make a bad decision, when they need motivation, when they need somebody to kick them to keep them going straight. If you don't have somebody in your house to make sure that you've been fed, clothed, housed, educated, to make sure you've done your homework and gone to bed on time, you are in deep, deep trouble. And we need to deal with this. And forget about elder. Barack Obama once said, a kid raised without a father is 5 times more likely to be poor and commit crime, 9 times more likely to drop out of school, and 20 times more likely to end up in jail. Speaking of whom, when Obama walked into the Oval Office in January of 2009, he had a 70% approval rating. Think about that. He got elected with a little more than 52% of the vote. How does he walk into the Oval Office before he's done anything at all as president with a 70% approval rating? I'll tell you why. It isn't because all of a sudden people said, you know what, I want my capital gains taxes increased. I want Obamacare. No, they thought at the very least he will put a fork in the notion that America is systemically racist. And the reason they felt that way, I was in Boston 2004 when Obama gave that speech introducing John Kerry. There's no blue America, there's no red America, there's just one America. There's no black America, there's one America, yay! He was on 60 Minutes when he was running. He had not yet caught Hillary, but he was coming, and that's why they put him on. And Steve Croft, the correspondent, said, Senator, if you don't win, will it be because of race? I'm at home by myself. I said, let's see how this man answers this question. Is he going to give a victocrat answer the way Jesse Jackson would or Al Sharpton would? Or is he going to tell the truth? He told the truth. He said, no. If I don't win, it will be because I have not articulated a vision that the American people can embrace. I said, hallelujah. Not going to vote for him, but at least he'll stop the nonsense. He gave a speech at a black church. And he said, the Moses generation, referring to the generation of MLK, has gotten us 90% of the way there. I thought that was reasonable, because 8% of Americans believe Elvis is still alive, so there's not a whole lot you can do about that. He said, my generation, the Joshua generation, has to get us an additional 10%. That's why he walked into the Oval Office with 70% approval. That's the person they thought they hired. The person that they got was the one who said the Cambridge police acted stupidly. You remember that? Cop showed up, just did his job. This man broke into his own house. Neighbor called 911, didn't know who he belonged to the house. White cop shows up very politely, says, sir, please come out, identify yourself. I'll come out if your mama tells me to come out. And this guy, by the way, Henry Louis Skip Gates, is a Harvard professor and a good friend of Obama's. Did Obama say, last night I had a conversation with my friend Henry Louis Skip Gates. I said, Skip, what are you doing? Cop's just doing his job. He showed up. You have an astute neighbor, call 911. Don't you want your neighbors to be proactive and do that? And instead of cooperating, you copped an attitude. That's what I told my friend Skip Gates last night. That's what Brahma should have said. What he said was, the Cambridge police acted stupidly. And then we had, if I had a son, he looked like Trayvon. George Zimmerman was found not guilty. It was an all-white jury, to be sure, but there was a black alternate, and the black alternate said I would have found him not guilty, too. And race never came up. But Obama made a racial thing out of it. He embraced Black Lives Matter. He had Al Sharpton to the White House over 70 times. His AG, Eric Holder, referred to voter ID as pernicious racism, even though most blacks support voter ID. The anti-cop rhetoric. Every single time Barack Obama had an opportunity to say something conciliatory, he went the other way. Why? Because he knows, and the Democrats know, if you get black people angry and thinking about social justice and equity, whatever that means, they will go in there like lemmings and pull that lever 95% for the Democratic Party. And when I get up there on the White House and use my podium, we're going to be talking about these things, honestly. Let me say something real quickly about the attack on our law enforcement officials, attack on the police. It is a lie that the police are systemically racist. It is a lie that the police are killing black people just because they're black. There is a Harvard economist named Roland Fryer. He is from the inner city, like I am, Baltimore. And he just knew that the police were killing black people just because they were black. So he did a study. And he said, the results were the most surprising of my professional career. Not only were the police not killing blacks just because they were black, the police were more hesitant, more reluctant to pull the trigger on a black suspect than a white suspect. The police kill more unarmed whites every year than kill unarmed blacks. I defy you to name an unarmed white. Nobody cares. Something happens on a subway with a black man who dies after a chokehold is administered. In comes Anderson Cooper, in comes CNN, in comes all these people. By the way, are you aware that 3 weeks before Daniel Penny, the Marine, put the chokehold on Jordan Neely, 3 weeks earlier, a homeless black man, Tulsa, Oklahoma, with a gun, walked up behind a white person, shot him in the back of the head, execution style, went somewhere else, walked up behind another white person, shot him in the head, execution style. I bet you don't even know about it, do you? Can you imagine what would happen if some white homeless guy went up to a couple of black people and popped him in the back of the head? In comes Anderson Cooper, in comes CNN. We're being manipulated. And it's got to stop. There's something called the Ferguson effect, or the George Floyd effect. You cops know what I'm talking about. Cops are pulling back. They're not doing proactive policing. As a result, there are literally hundreds, if not thousands, of what one data scientist at Thomson Reuters referred to as excess deaths. These are people who otherwise would be alive if the police were doing their normal proactive policing. And almost all of these excess deaths are the very black people that the Democrats purport to care about. The final thing I want to say is this. We've got to have school choice. According to the National Report Card, that's the National Assessment of Educational Policy, you teachers know what I'm talking about, 85% of black 8th graders, these are 13-year-old kids, can neither do math nor read at grade level. I kid you not. And 50% can't even do basic reading, which means a large number of black kids in this country, 13 years old, are functionally illiterate. Yet the Democrats, joined at the hip with the teachers union, adamantly oppose school choice. We've got 13 public high schools in Baltimore, I kid you not, where 0% of the kids are math proficient. Another half dozen where only 1% are. That's half of all the public high schools in Baltimore, all in the inner city, where either 0% of the kids are math proficient or none are, or 1% are. 53 public schools in Chicago where 0% of the kids are math proficient. And you have the nerve to oppose school choice? My website is larryelder.com. My father, as you know, was a World War II Marine vet. My older brother, Kirk, my late older brother, Kirk, was in the Navy during the Vietnam era. My little brother, Dennis, was in the Army. He went to Vietnam. I'm the only one who didn't serve. I've never been proud of that. This is my opportunity to give back to my country, and this is why I'm doing this. Thank you so much for listening to me. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome back Jeff Hunt.
Man, Larry Elder is so great. Years ago, he joined us at the Western Conservative Summit, and his video to this day is one of the most popular videos out there. 500,000 views of his speech a few years ago. Larry's a wonderful friend of the Centennial Institute. Now, speaking of that, we have a straw poll. And you can kind of vote two different ways on the straw poll. First is a just choose one traditional poll. We want to see who's going to win that. You got one choice for president. Who's it going to be? You can do that at the approval voting booth up there, or we're going to text you a link here in a second. You can vote from your phone. That'll be coming up in the probably next few minutes or next hour or so. So make sure you vote. And then we want to try and see what happens. I'm not in any way endorsing approval voting or anything like that, but we got a whole bunch of conservatives here, and I'm kind of like, well, let's see what happens. So there's an approval voting poll that allows you to vote for all the candidates that you approve of to be president. It could be one, it could be three, or it could be four, but I just want to see what happens. I think it's interesting. We're kind of a family here, so I want to see how that turns out as well. So you have that, and then the most important issues to you, you can vote on that as well. This helps guide us. And it's generally a very big newsmaker. So for the last 2 years in a row, Ron DeSantis has won our straw poll. That has gone global. I mean, the Daily Mail wrote about it, all that stuff. So this is a very important straw poll. You can vote for Larry Elder. You can vote for Asa Hutchinson. You can vote for whoever you like. We're a nonpartisan organization. So it's up to you. Friends, I've always wanted... It is not ranked choice voting. That is right. Although this is kind of fun. I didn't plan it this way. If you go into the exhibit hall, you have the ranked choice voting and the no unranked choice voting, and they're right next to each other. So, we're not a cancel culture, and they're not in direct violation of any strategic priorities of the university. So, free speech. There you go. Make your case. Now, I've always wanted to do this. When I'm a huge Johnny Cash fan. That's why I'm dressed in black. And I always wanted to walk on stage and go, "My name's Johnny Cash." So in 2017, I tried to sing on stage. I thought I did okay. We did this rap. And then afterwards, it was just so horrible. I am just flat as can be. God did not give me a voice, but Legacy Quartet, God did give them a voice. They're going to entertain you for a few minutes, and then we got Ken Buck, Riley Gaines, all these great people coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, Legacy Quartet.
I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. The devil can't do me no harm. Well, I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. The devil can't do me no harm.
I remember the day that I found him. I remember the day I made a start. I remember the day I knelt at the altar and he changed this old boy's heart.
Well, I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. 'Cause the devil can't do me no harm.
There's no use to tell me God is not living. There's no use to weave that evil spell. For I just talked this morning to the great and higher power, and he said he is alive and well.
Well, I'm sanctified and holy, and I'm so glad. I'm sanctified and holy, and I'm so glad. I'm sanctified and holy, and I'm so glad. 'Cause the devil can't do me no harm. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Well, the devil, he don't like it, and I'm so glad. You know the devil, he don't like it, and I'm so glad. Hey, the devil, he don't like it, and I'm so glad. 'Cause you know he can't do me no harm. No, 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 hey, I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. 'Cause the devil can't do me no harm. I said the devil can't do me no harm. No, the devil can't do me no harm.
Oh, I am persuaded that neither death nor life, nor angels, nor principalities, nor powers, nor things present, nor things to come, nor anything in all of God's creation shall ever be able to separate us from the love of God through Christ Jesus our Lord.
Amen. Amen.
No, 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 hey, I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. 'Cause the devil can't do me no harm. No, 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 hey, I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. I'm on my way to heaven, and I'm so glad. 'Cause the devil can't do me no harm. I said the devil can't do me no harm. No, the devil can't do me no harm. America, spread your golden wings, sail on freedom's wind, cross the sky. Great bird with your golden dreams, flying high, flying high. Restless one in a world of change, keeping dreams aloft, in the rain. Spirit free, soaring through the clouds of time, America, are you still dreaming now? Dreaming the promised vow of your power? flying now. Keep your spirit free, facing new frontiers. America, your golden wings on freedom's wind cross the sky. Great bird, with your golden dream, flying high.
We have one we want to sing to you by Larry Gatlin. You all know who he is. He's written so many great ones. The Prodigal. There was a young man who had the best of everything. He was the second born of a wealthy man. But he was not satisfied with the best of everything, so he took his possessions in his hand.
He traveled far and wide and he tasted worldly pleasure, but deep inside he was lonely without measure.
He wound up in a pig pen nearly dead. Then he raised his eyes toward heaven and he said,
I will arise and go back to my father's house. I will beg him to forgive me for the fool I've been. I will arise and go back to my father's house. I will gladly be a servant if you'll take me back again. I was a young man who had the best of everything. I was the firstborn of a hard-working man. But I was not satisfied with the best of everything, so I took my possessions in my hand. I traveled far and wide and I tasted worldly pleasure, but deep inside I was lonely without measure.
I wound up in a pig pen nearly dead.
Then I raised my eyes toward heaven and I said, I will arise and go back to my father's house. I will beg him to forgive me for the fool I've been. I will arise and go back to my father's house. I will gladly be a servant if you'll take me back again. I did arise and go back to my father's house. I said, Father, I can't make it on my own. I did arise and go back to my father's house. Then he wrapped his arms around me and said, Son, you're welcome home. Then he wrapped his arms around me and said, Son, you're welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
So Steve Taylor is the dean of our School of Music at Colorado Christian University. That's true. Tell us a little bit about these students, the type of productions you're doing at CCU.
Oh, thanks. I'll use this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a fantastic School of Music at CCU. It says School of Music, but we also have a great theater program and also a dance program at CCU. And we are so excited that in just a short while, maybe just a matter of a little over a year, that we'll be able to move into a brand new facility. Our students there, really, our goal is to graduate students that will have an impact in the arts for the cause of Christ. And we only believe that can happen if they are students of excellence. So we work hard to graduate students that are really refined in their craft, excellent at what they do, so when they go into the world, they have a voice. They have a voice. They have a voice because of who they are and how excellent they are. And then they can help to spread the message of the gospel, as well as our values, our family values. So it's a fantastic place to be.
That's great. And you have a voice. Steve, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So you can see Legacy Quartet's a lot more than just a quartet. They're great friends of the university and putting on great work, preparing the next generation to lead in the arts. All right, so one of the visions I've always had for the Centennial Institute is that every oil and gas company and every mining company in the country would support us, because we're not afraid at all to utilize the resources God has given us in a responsible way to power this nation. And our next sponsor is going to help us understand that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of Life Powered with the Texas Public Policy Institute, the Honorable Jason Isaac.
Please welcome the Director of Life Powered, the Honorable Jason Isaac.
Woo! Well, good morning. You know, the left has done such a good job over the last couple of decades with messaging. They have convinced millions, if not billions, of people around the face of the earth that we need to decarbonize, that we need to achieve net zero, that we need a low emission future, that we need to lead a low carbon lifestyle. Well, I'm here to tell you, I'm Jason Isaac, and I live a high carbon lifestyle. And I think the rest of the world should too. It's truly where you have economic prosperity, and then with that economic prosperity, you have environmental leadership. In 2019, the candidate to run for president in Sri Lanka ran as the first ever net zero candidate on the face of the earth. And he got elected. And at the time, Sri Lanka had the highest ESG rating of any country on the face of the earth, a near perfect 98 out of 100. And this new president began these policies to decarbonize the country of Sri Lanka, a country that was prospering for the first time in their existence. They were exporting food, they were exporting commodities outside of their country to other countries and becoming truly wealthy. And it's experiencing things that we take for granted on a daily basis. But he said no more use of nitrogen or fossil fuel-based fertilizers. And in 2020 banned the use and importation of fertilizers. And in 1 year, food production went down 40%. Food costs went up 80%. Today in Sri Lanka, there are 9 in 10 families who are suffering from hunger on a daily basis. This was unheard of just 4 years ago. That's what one elected official can do to one country, can destroy it. Might be seeing that here in the United States. But when this president had his palace overrun in 2022 and had access to a military plane, he didn't flee to net zero. He didn't flee to countries like Malawi or Ethiopia. He fled to one of the highest per capita CO2 emissions on the face of the earth, Singapore. He should have been relegated to Malawi, to Ethiopia, but he didn't. He used his powers to go places that are prosperous. Now, I want to share with you a couple of messages that really matter, that work to talk about the importance of American energy production. And number one is expensive energy hurts the poor. You can look at the talking points there, and I guarantee you there's no one in this audience from the 200. The 200 is a group of 200 civil rights organizations in California that are suing the state of California. And the lead attorney refers to California environmental policies as green Jim Crow, saying that their policies have a disparate impact on communities of color, have a disparate impact on the least among us, that expensive energy hurts the poor. The second messaging thing that moves people the most is that we're world leaders in environmental protection. Look at where we are in Denver, Colorado. Just 30 to 40 years ago, you'd have come into this city with this haze. But look outside today, and it is absolutely beautiful. Just 2 days ago, I was in Wyoming, where over 80% of the electricity they generate comes from coal. You think, based on the narrative in the media and from the climate cult, that that'd be the dirtiest place on the face of the earth. It's one of the most beautiful, beautiful, pristine, clean air. We've reduced pollution, things that in really high concentrations actually impact human health. We've reduced pollution 78% over the last 5 decades. We are truly world leaders in environmental protection in this country. And we're number one when it comes to access to clean and safe drinking water. Number one. Let's look at a country that's at net zero. So this is a UNICEF-produced video. I'm sure they never thought that someone would be using it to advocate for affordable, reliable energy, namely from fossil fuels and nuclear energy, but I do. Aisha is a 13-year-old girl who lives at net zero, and this is what net zero looks like. This is why I say decarbonization is dangerous and deadly. It's no way to live. She doesn't have access to running water, and neither do 2.1 billion people on the face of the earth. The most heartbreaking thing to me in this video is when I did research and found out that women like Aisha spend time collecting water. 200 million hours a day women will spend to collect water because they don't have access to affordable, reliable energy. Here in Colorado and in the United States, we stand over the key to ending poverty. And that key is energy that we produce, and we produce it more responsibly than anywhere else on the face of the earth. And when you have globalist organizations like the World Economic Forum, the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, the World Bank, and so many more that will deny access to capital to countries like Ethiopia, that if they're going to invest in energy produced from fossil fuels, energy that would lift people like Aisha and women around the world out of poverty. But no capital for them. I think that's treasonous. I think they should be called before Congress. We should begin human rights tribunals from people that are leading these organizations that are denying access to capital. But do you know what the UN, yes. But do you know what the UN will provide to countries and girls like Aisha, funded by Bill Gates? Long-term and plannable birth control. That's heartbreaking to me because they know that young girls like Aisha at 13, they're going to be attacked on their journey. They're going to be sexually assaulted. They're going to be raped. And they provide them long-term and plannable birth control. How heartless is that? It's inhumane. But they won't allow funds to flow into their country if they're developing infrastructure based on fossil fuels. And this is driven by this ESG agenda. I call it the China ESG agenda. Environmental, social, and governance investing or scoring. The world's largest financial institutions, BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, they don't have a human flourishing fund, but they have plenty of funds that will deny access to capital for responsibly produced, American-produced energy. And just look at the impacts that ESG has had on investments, on private capital and oil and gas here in the United States. This has not been the same thing across the world. It's only happening here in the United States. It's been a 94% reduction in funds available to produce energy in this country. And that's why our production is still off of its peak from just 3 years ago. It's not a coincidence. The climate cult and the climate cartel is attacking us at every angle to deny people like Aisha access to affordable, reliable energy. As I said in front of the United States Congress earlier this week, House Committee on Oversight, I said, it's not about emissions. It's not about pollution. It's about control. And that's the China ESG agenda. So when I have young people tell me that we need to keep it in the ground, that we need to ban fossil fuels, I like to show them this video and ask them what are they going to do without? What are they willing to give up? Because fossil fuels make modern life possible. Yes, fossil fuels make modern life possible. We take them for granted in this country, and we shouldn't, and we need to be the leaders that educate the rest of the world. If you see a company or an individual that's embracing this decarbonization, this low-emission future, they're doing it for one of two reasons, and maybe both. One is to win political favor, and the other is to take your money from you in the form of tax credits or subsidies, and we need to stop it right here in the United States of America to lift the rest of the world out of poverty, because we stand over that key to end poverty. I'm Jason Isaac. I live a high-carbon lifestyle, and I think the rest of the world should too. Embrace yours. Thank you, and God bless.
Please welcome back Jeff Hunt.
All right, I'm going to do a little interview here. I got to meet this next congressman a few years ago when I was helping him out. He's been a great personal friend. One of the reasons I love Congressman Ken Buck is you may not know this, he's got an AR-15 in his office in Washington, D.C., and there's nothing that the left can do about it. They tried, they even got the D.C. police to try to stop him from doing that. He fought for his Second Amendment rights, and on this whole debt ceiling thing, I got to tell you, he's been right down the line on this. I appreciate him fighting. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Ken Buck.
Please welcome our U.S. Congressman from Colorado District 4, Ken Buck.
All right, Congressman, I'm going to turn it over to you. You've been in the news recently on this debt ceiling fight. What is going on there?
First of all, I got a great tie. Anybody wants one of these ties, $5.50. You can have a great tie. There you go. The media kept asking me, you're objecting to this bill, do you want a default? And I said, it's not if, it's when. We're gonna default as a country. We're, in the next 18 months, because of this wonderful deal that the Republicans made with the Democrats, we're gonna add $4 trillion of debt at a minimum. It may very well be more than $4 trillion, but we are going to add $4 trillion of debt in 18 months. Take that out a little ways. The Biden budget had us at $58 trillion in 10 years, and the Republican budget had us at $53 trillion in 10 years. Folks, we don't survive that. And so we either fight now or we fight later. And there's so many media types out there that are supporting, Speaker McCarthy, supporting Leader McConnell. There's so many media types out there that think that the thing to do is just to be a team player. I told them on one of the news shows, I'm not on Team Republican, I'm on Team America, and Team America is going to go down if we don't change this.
What were the conversations like within the Republican caucus on this vote? Because there was a number of them, good ones, including Congresswoman Bobart that voted against this. Give us a sense behind the scenes what was happening there right before that vote happened.
Yeah, well, I was amazed how many people that I didn't think, non-Freedom Caucus members, people who vote towards the middle a lot, voted with us. I was really amazed that we had so many no votes. But I think a lot of people understand that this 50, 60, 70 trillion dollars of debt in the very near future, just we can't survive. So the conversations were real simple. Ken, you've got to vote for this. No. That's how simple it was.
Why can't I'm not that old, but I've been around this long enough to just. I can't get past the fact that we can't solve this debt issue. Republicans just seem to be slower at accumulating debt than the Democrats do. So we're just on this, like you mentioned, this freight train right off the cliff into big economic problems. Why can't Republicans get this done? Why don't they have the passion to get this done?
So think of it this way. The Democrats are taking this freight train off the cliff at 100 miles an hour, and the Republicans are taking this freight train off the cliff at 80 miles an hour. When you hit the bottom it really doesn't matter whether you were going 100 or 80. It may be a few years difference, but it really doesn't matter. But here's the hard, cold reality. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, what we call in D.C., what they call the entitlements, are what drives our national debt. And so as Republicans were saying, well, part of this answer has to be we need to raise the retirement age. We have longer life expectancy now than we did 30, 40 years ago, so we've got to raise the retirement age. Democrats are saying, well, this cap where you don't have to pay into Social Security after your $140,000, up to $140,000 you pay in, over that you don't. That doesn't work. So Democrats want to increase that. We call that a tax increase. We're not for that. They don't want to see the age raised, and so there's a stalemate. So at some point, if we want to save Social Security, save Medicare, save those programs, and reduce the debt, the trajectory that we're on, we've got to start working on those entitlement programs. Now, for the first time ever, I heard a candidate for president say we need to work on these, and that was Mike Pence on his town hall the other night. But other than that, nobody has talked about the real important issue.
Do you think it will be in this upcoming presidential election? I mean, we're going to hit this debt ceiling, we're going to hit this default. The economy is not doing well. I think we all feel this, like it's sputtering. There's a malaise. I think one other president used that term before, over our economy right now. Is this going to have to be a major issue in 2024? And do the Republican candidates not only just need to talk about it, but have a plan for this?
Well, what President Biden did was unconscionable, and what the Democrats did was unconscionable when they spent more money at a time when it was going to result in inflation. Everybody knew it was going to result in inflation. And so the malaise really comes from overspending on the federal side. If we underspend on the federal side, we will actually invigorate. We'll lower interest rates, we'll have more capital investment, and we will invigorate our economy, which will produce more revenue and in turn help us reduce the national debt. So there is a way out of this, but it's going to take strong leadership to get out of this. And right now, neither party has strong leadership in Congress, and hopefully we get a strong president.
Let's talk about the House Freedom Caucus. How are things going there with your colleagues in the House Freedom Caucus?
You know, we grew and we are more divided than I've ever seen the House Freedom Caucus. There are some people in the House Freedom Caucus who voted for this debt bill. There are a lot of us who voted against it. There's a handful of us. It really started with 7 of us who decided we were going to shut down the floor this past week. And understand something, you know, the speaker says, well, but we had this great bill. It would have stopped the Democrats from, stopping new development with gas stoves. Folks, that never passes the Senate. It never gets signed by the president. So we have messaging bills that we can pass from the House. But the reality is we've got to deal with spending and force the Senate and the president to deal with spending. So we will keep the House floor shut down until we start getting answers from our leadership, Republican leadership, that takes spending seriously, and we start dealing with this. Jeff, folks, I don't know. We have 1,118 programs, okay? 1,118 programs that are unauthorized in the federal government. So what does unauthorized mean? It means when they passed a program like the Endangered Species Act in 1973, it had a 5-year sunset on it. It went down, finished, over in 5 years, unless it was reauthorized. So in 1978, it was reauthorized. It has not been reauthorized since, and every year we increase the spending to the Endangered Species Act. There's 1,118 programs like that in the federal government. So we have a House rule that we pass every Congress, Republicans and Democrats. You can't appropriate money to an unauthorized program. Makes sense, right? We waive that rule in every appropriations bill. And we appropriate to these unauthorized programs. So here's the question for you. Republicans, the Speaker said when he wanted to be Speaker, spending is my #1 priority. How many hearings do you think our committees or subcommittees have had on unauthorized programs to make sure that we're not wasting money and to take a hard look at these 1,118 programs. Anybody want to take a guess out there? How many programs? Zero. Zero. We've been in power 5 months, and we have looked at 0 unauthorized programs. Folks, it is a bipartisan bankruptcy. I understand why in Colorado, the largest voting bloc are unaffiliated voters. I get that, because both parties are at fault. And if we don't start to develop muscle memory on how to spend less, how to be fiscally responsible, we're never going to get it done, and we're going to see our country vanish. That's the sad reality. And by the way, I'm a very happy person.
Well, you're a fighter. And let's go back to the very beginning of your career, because you and, was it Speaker Boehner at that point? You kind of ruffled some feathers back then. So you've always kind of gone the independent line in your career. Give us a little insight into how that results in your working relationships with the Speaker.
So when I first ran, I said to my constituents in the fighting 4th Congressional District, I am not going to D.C. to make friends, and I have succeeded. And especially folks in leadership, I have not made friends. And there's a price to that. I have a lot more gray hair than I think I would have had otherwise, but the reality is every time you ask for something, they get something in return. That's how the game is played. You want this committee assignment, you need to vote for this appropriations bill. You want this office, you need to vote for this appropriations bill. You want anything you want in Congress comes at a price, and the price is always more spending. You want and we have plenty of needs in the 4th Congressional District for highway funds or some other issue. You want that? You got to vote for this other appropriations bill over here. So it is, there is the term quid pro quo wasn't just developed a few years ago. It's been around for a long, long time, and it's absolutely the way the game is played. I don't play that game. I haven't voted for an appropriations bill in years. I think I voted for 2 defense appropriations bills when I first got started because I felt like we need to make sure that we have a strong military. But I don't vote for any appropriations bills. You know what, Jeff? The military, they can find some ways to cut. Yeah, one of them is, and I've struck this out every single time, and they add it back in the Senate, and then it passes in Omni. The Office of Climate Change in the Department of Defense. Gone. It will be gone again this year. I'll offer the amendment. It will pass. And it will be put back in by the Senate. There are so many programs in the Department of Defense that we can cut, make sure that we train our service members better, make sure we give them better equipment and weapons, but we can cut all kinds of stuff in every agency if we're going to save this country.
So Ken, we've just got a few minutes left here. You represent a fantastic district I live in, good people. The kind of eastern plains of Colorado. What are you hearing from your constituents? What are their top issues that they're most concerned about?
You know, it is a diverse district also, Jeff. By the way, he calls me about every 3 days to yell at me about something. It's not easy having Jeff Hunt as your constituent.
By the way, before you go into that, Ken has been wonderful to have a number of CCU students intern in his office, and I want to thank you from Colorado Christian University for giving them that opportunity. Go ahead, Ken.
I can remember a group of CCU students came in, and they were at a conference table, and I came in, and I explained to them that in D.C. we're at sea level, and in the Denver area we're at mile high, and you are much closer to God when you are at mile high than you are when you're at sea level. So that's why we call one the swamp and we call the other God's country. It's just night and day. But I forget the first question.
What are you hearing from your constituents?
You know, as I said, it's diverse. I hear from some people that they want folks to unify, that they're sick and tired of seeing the parties yell at each other and fight and not get anything done. And then when I talk to them about, well, where are you on guns or where are you on this issue, they are divided. And so there's a reason that the elected officials are divided, because the population is divided. And absolutely, we have a lot more friendships and get a lot more done than anybody ever sees. But that's one big issue, is to make sure that the elected officials are working together to try to solve problems. Another issue I think that's huge, they're just sort of pocketbook issues, inflation. I just went and got some gas on my way down here. Gas is on the way up again. It makes sense. It's summertime. People are driving more. You got more demand, and the governors, like Governor Polis and others, are reducing supply in this country. So we're going to see gas prices go up during the summer. But inflation on food and gas and so many other areas, obviously from the Eastern Plains, especially northern Colorado, we have a lot of issues involving energy production. And why are they shutting down energy production here in America? We have an energy policy that makes no sense to most people, and we've got to get some common sense approaches to energy production in America.
Well, Ken, I appreciate all the fighting you're doing on behalf of the constituents of people like me who want conservative values, and especially on this budget, a willingness to push back. So God bless you. Thanks for creating opportunities for our CCU students. Let's give Ken Buck a round of applause here.
Thank you, folks.
Thanks, brother.
Please welcome the Wyoming State Delegate, Megan Degenfelder.
Well, good morning. I am Megan Degenfelder, and I am honored to serve as Wyoming's elected State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I ran for this job in 2022 because I'm a passionate believer in the ability of education to lift people out of even the most dire of circumstances. As a product of public school education, I benefited personally from committed teachers and coaches that were among the greatest guiding lights in my life. And I'm so very grateful for the influence they had in my life and in many others. But I want to speak with you today about the direction of our public schools and how, as conservatives, and more importantly, as Americans, it is vital that we return our focus to the fundamental purpose of public education. It's worth establishing what that purpose is, because some of us in this country seem to have lost sight of it. At the most basic level, the public education system was created to build stronger communities and a stronger country. It's that simple. That is the reason we all send tax dollars to fund our public schools, including those of us without children or those of us whose children have left the system. Because if every child is entitled to a quality education, then our communities, our country, we are all better off for it. So with that framework in mind, what do we mean by a good education? Well, that centers around three goals that early public education advocates emphasized. First, to prepare young people to fill good jobs and pursue their ambitions so that they as individuals and our country would be more economically prosperous. Second, to prepare young people to be good citizens by instilling in them a patriotic appreciation for our system of government and a sense of obligation to participate, sacrifice for the future of this great democracy. Third, and finally, to promote social cohesion by bringing together people of all different backgrounds and giving them a shared experience grounded in our founded ideals and civic values. These are worthy goals, and we as conservatives celebrate them. That is why so many of us are alarmed, because today the education establishment has taken it upon itself to reorient this mission in education away from these goals and impose a new and very different agenda, and it's failing us badly. It is not a new phenomenon that academic achievement has been de-emphasized. For years, the teacher unions have resisted accountability and opposed competition. Social promotion has advanced kids through the system, when they couldn't even master a basic proficiency in subject matter. But it's getting worse. Increasingly, academic achievement in the name of preparing kids for a prosperous and productive adulthood is being replaced in the name of equity. Some schools in California, for instance, eliminated the A through F grading scale, and they stopped penalizing bad behavior, habits, and missed deadlines. Does that sound like the best way to prepare our students for their future? I can tell you, as someone who comes from the private sector, from the fossil fuel industry, workers with these attitudes towards performance will not go far or last long, and they will soon become dependent on the rest of us. This does not strengthen our nation, it weakens it. If we're going to meet the first goal of public education, to prepare students for a prosperous and productive future that contributes to the economic welfare of our country, then our public schools need to get back to unabashedly celebrating achievement and priming our youth for the demands of the workplace. Next, we need to bring back patriotism to our schools. And I want to be clear, when I say patriotism, I do not mean chauvinism or nativism. I do not mean that we must teach that America has gotten everything right. Of course, that is not what we as conservatives mean when we object to anti-American sentiments pervading our classrooms. Indeed, it's critical that we teach about the mistakes of our country, because only then can we talk about the tremendous progress we have made thanks to the brilliant system envisioned by our founding fathers. That's the part the left wants to leave out. Our founders never claimed to have created a perfect union. They explicitly proclaimed a government and a constitution that would give us a more perfect union. And our journey of becoming that more perfect union, that's the story we should be telling in our schools. Instead, we get the 1619 project curriculum, which, aside from getting key facts about history wrong, sets out to establish a sense of guilt and helplessness in our kids, dividing them by race, such that some kids are taught that they are oppressors whose successes will be a product of their privilege, not their merit. And yet other children are instructed that they are perpetual victims, stuck in a system and society that will always be rigged against them. Just the other day, the 1619 Project issued their latest high school lesson plan, which turns a math class into a social justice exercise in reparations math that uses up to 15 class periods. We wonder how we ended up with role models who refuse to stand for our national anthem. If the goal is to raise a new generation of leaders to preserve, protect, and improve upon what has made America the greatest country in the world, I've got news for you. They are doing it wrong. But that, of course, isn't their goal. Their goal is to achieve, through classroom instruction, the political ends that they have not been able to meet through political consensus. Or, more precisely, to impose political consensus on a classroom of impressionable future voters. To be sure, the public education system that produces a responsible, thoughtful citizenry should expose young people who will soon be eligible to vote to politics, current events, and complicated issues. And it should foster respectful debate in a setting where everyone understands that that is the mission. But it should not cloak political agendas in lesson plans. It should not presume the righteousness of one side over another. It should not neglect important context in order to obscure the whole story or legitimize fringe ideas from either side of the political spectrum. And it most certainly should not set out to undermine the values being passed on by parents in the home. We must never forget that parents are always entitled to play the central role in their child's education. Which gets me to my final goal in public education, social cohesion. Our schools are where we build community and foster qualities essential to an orderly, rules-based society. It doesn't matter if you're poor or rich, what the color of your skin is, or any differences. In the classroom, everyone is there to learn a common set of skills, knowledge, and rules that are necessary to participate in society. Further, through extracurricular activities like sports, we develop a sense of leadership, teamwork, fairness, obligation, community spirit, and of course, resilience and grace in loss. We carry these important attributes forward in the workforce and in our civic lives, and we are all better for it. Or at least that's how it's supposed to work and how it has worked until very recently. Too often today, however, our public schools are becoming places of social experimentation that serve to divide rather than to unite us. As I previously described, we have curricula that fosters resentment between races. Graphic sexual depictions are found in books available to minor children. Transgender athletes are redefining women's sports and challenging our fundamental understanding of what safe and fair play is. And if you object to any of this, then you will be met with slurs and protests. You will be intimidated and you will be silenced. I will not be silenced. I am a devout Christian, and God directs us to love one another above all else, to value humanity. All human life matters. Members of the LGBTQ+ community matter, and we should treat them with respect and dignity. I will not allow these values to be misrepresented by the left. I was also a high school and college athlete, and now coach the University of Wyoming women's rugby team. This Division I team, this sport, is arguably the most contact sport that exists. My number one priority as a coach is to protect my girls. And number two is to make sure that they can compete on a level playing field, where the only thing that stands between them and the accolades of high achievement are other biological females. If radical and divisive political agendas exist in schools, we will experience the fraying of our social fabric. We are experiencing that, rather than advancing the goals of social cohesion. Unfortunately, we are seeing the left betray each of these three goals that I've listed in public education, and the very mission that those goals represent, a stronger America. So when conservatives and parents of all political stripes question the value proposition of public schooling or seek alternatives, we can hardly blame them. Too many schools simply are not delivering on their promise. In fact, they're doing the opposite. If voters are looking for champions for our public school system, then make no mistake. The champions are those who want to challenge the educational establishment and restore the fundamental mission to public education. If we can do that, it will be a lot easier to convince voters to approve school budgets or increase teacher salaries. More importantly, we will then return to our mission of producing future generations prepared to pursue their wildest and boldest dreams, fulfill their obligations as citizens, and love and support all their neighbors as fellow travelers on this journey to create a more perfect union. Thank you.
Please welcome the Executive Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Alliances, Standing for Freedom, the Reverend Glenn Clary.
Good morning, everyone. It is great to be back here in Denver, Colorado.
I used to come here when I was a teenager. My church would bring us up here for youth camp just south of here in Sedalia, I think it is called, and at Silver State Youth Camp. And it was a wonderful experience, and it has a special place in my heart because that's where I turned my life over to the Lord Jesus Christ and went to Bible college and seminary and just served Him. I was 43 and a half years in Anchorage, Alaska, serving Him up there. And it is just great to be with you today. This is a fantastic group. I love being with conservatives. Don't you? Amen. This looks like a group that sprinkles gunpowder on its cereal in the morning and drinks a cup of I don't care what the liberals think, and you move on with what God wants you to do in life. And I appreciate that attitude that you have this morning. I want to thank Don Sweeting for his leadership here and all that he does. He leads with the wisdom of Moses, and he fights with the veracity of David, and he's willing to sacrifice like John the Baptist to do what God has called him to do. Let's give him a round of applause. He's a great champion for the Lord Jesus Christ. I want to tell you a little bit about Liberty University and some of the things that I oversee there at the departments that I have underneath my, as a vice president. Standing for Freedom Center, I want to tell you about that. It's up on your screen here. And the Standing for Freedom Center's mission is this: because life, liberty, and truth are under attack in increasing secular and hostile age, the Standing for Freedom Center exists to advance and defend the unchanging biblical principles of truth and freedom for the next generation. And the Freedom Center's goal is this: the goal for us at Liberty University at the Standing for Freedom Center is to become a national repository of resources for biblical principles and truth regarding relevant issues of our time for people of faith to develop a personal biblical worldview. This is how we can help you. You can join us and get on our social media and get on our website and get these resources that we're producing to help you build your biblical worldview. Why do we do that? Because we believe that every Christian needs to have a solid biblical worldview based upon Scripture. Most Christians know the Bible stories. They know what the Bible says about the stories in the Bible, but they don't have a biblical worldview. And we want to help them with that. And along with that, what we want to do, we define biblical worldview as this: the capacity to apply biblical scriptures to every aspect of life. And the Standing for Freedom Center produces, promotes, and proclaims a biblical worldview. And we hope that you'll come alongside us and enjoy what we have for you. I'll give you a QR code here at the end of my talk this morning. But we produce these theology of politic issue papers that you can read and you can understand from the Scriptures what these issues in our country that we're facing and how we can combat these. Some of these are on abortion, Christian nationalism, critical race theory, gun and the Second Amendment rights, and then voting principles for Christians. What are those? How should you vote? What should you do? And then we're just producing one on parental rights. And so these are the things that we do because we believe that God's truth dictates truth, or God's word dictates truth, not culture. And biblical principles are a counter against the humanistic, socialistic, Marxist enemies which are committing psychological warfare on our truth and on our country. And in Numbers chapter 30, we find that the principle of silence is consent. When you and I are silent, then we're giving consent to the other side to progress and do what they want to do. And we need to stand up and do what we want, what God wants us to do in this arena concerning casting our vote and using our God-given rights here in America to make application for His principles in the voting box. So we produced also an initiative called Freedom Voters. It's called I Promise to Vote.
I'm a Christian first. I live that way and I vote that way, and so should you.
I Promise to Vote exists to encourage and mobilize spiritual leaders, churches, and people of faith to turn out the vote and serve as poll watchers. I Promise to Vote guides people of faith to think biblically and apply biblical principles to the voting process at the federal, state, and local level. I Promise to Vote calls on everyone to pray for our nation in accordance with God's Word.
Our mission in the 21st century is to get out to the polls.
Now, why are we doing this? We believe that Christians should be out to vote. They should be registered to vote. There's 90 million, according to the last polls, there's 90 million people of faith in America. Out of that 90 million, there's only 18 million of them that voted in the last election. That's 72 million Christians who did not cast a vote and are not registered to vote, and we want to change that in America. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you being here today.
Please welcome Colorado Christian University student Sydney Crowder.
Tina Descovich has a long record of fighting for student and parental rights. She was elected to the Brevard County, Florida School Board in 2016. She was then selected by her peers in 2017 to serve as vice chairman, and then chairman in 2018. While on the school board, she was a member of the conservative Florida Coalition of School Board Members and served as the organizational's president in 2018. In 2021, Tina co-founded Moms for Liberty, a national nonprofit that works to unify, educate, and empower parents to defend their parental rights. She and her husband, Derek, have 5 children. Tina is passionate about America and is dedicated to protecting liberty and freedom for the future of all children. Thank you.
Moms for Liberty is standing up for parental rights.
Extremely important.
We are parents. We are parents that care about our kids. We are parents that want transparency in the classroom.
Moms for Liberty, you exhibit something that actually the CEOs of the biggest companies in this country do not, which is courage.
Thank you for standing with us to protect our children's future.
Please welcome the co-founder of Moms for Liberty, Tina Descovich.
Hello. Oh, very loud. Sorry about that. As you can see up on the screen, hopefully here in a minute, something happened this week to us and 11 other parents' rights groups in the United States. We were added officially to the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate map. Yeah, at first I said, a hate map, and I went to their website and I clicked on other groups, and listed at the top are some pretty bad dudes, I'm not gonna lie. And I thought, are you really gonna put my headshot next to the guy with the Nazi flags doing a Heil Hitler sign? Because one of these things doesn't belong. But then I kept looking down the list, and I saw names like Dr. Ben Carson and some others, and I thought, oh, this isn't a real thing. This isn't really serious. But so it was us and 11 other groups. And here we go. Parents Defending Ed, one of the other groups that was added, she put this out, Nikki Neely, their president. She put this out yesterday. And they dug into the 1,225 groups that are counted as hate groups right now on their map. 303 of them are parents' rights groups. That means 25% of what the Southern Poverty Law Center thinks is hateful in America right now and is threatening to America is moms and dads. It's just crazy. It's just crazy. So I put up a few pictures for you to look at. Do you feel threatened and scared by this group of people? Do they look scary to you? How about these people? These people? No, of course not. It's absurd. But that's America today. This is the biggest threat, and you have to ask yourself why. Not only why did the DOJ and FBI last year collude with the Biden White House to create a threat tag for all parents showing up at school board meetings? Why? We did public records requests and FOIA requests, and it came out that they actually were meeting behind the scenes trying to figure out how to take down parents that were speaking up for their children. The weaponization of government is in full effect against moms and dads, the people in these photos. Again, why? Why is the media, I don't know if anybody follows us in the media, but why is the media consistently and constantly putting out publications, news stories, all of them, CNN, MSNBC, attacking our organization, attacking moms, creating lies? Some of the stuff they put out is completely fabricated, and then they all start sharing it and putting it out like it's fact. We've had the full force of the federal government come after us. We've had moms where the FBI has actually called their homes and asked if they just spoke at a school board meeting, if they had a gun in their home, did they have mental health problems, and they ended the phone calls saying, "Don't tell anybody we called." So we have the federal government on us, we've got the media after us, and now this week we have nonprofit organizations like Southern Poverty Law Center identifying us as hate groups. Again, why? These people are not threatening. I'm going to tell you why. There's a couple reasons. One, Moms for Liberty and the parents' right movement as a whole are upsetting the balance of power in education across America, but also we're upsetting the balance of power in America. It's wild to think about, I know. It's a bold statement to say, but we're watching it happen every day. So we're upsetting the balance of power, but we're also exposing this. Failure of public education in America. Right now in America, we are in a crisis of public education and education as a whole. 2/3 of American fourth graders cannot read on grade level. We have the lowest reading scores since the 1980s and the lowest math scores since they've been tracking it in the United States of America. What does this mean for the future of our country? It's not looking very bright. What does this mean for our children, their potential? It's not looking very great. Moms for Liberty and the parents' rights movement have been exposing this. And who's accountable? Like, who's been overseeing public education for the last several decades? Who's had that stronghold? Teachers' unions, bingo. They have billions of dollars. They have been working for decades to get their own members elected to school boards. They have been in control of all of policies, all of curriculum, everything in public education for decades. And what's been the conservative answer to these problems? School choice. How's that working out for us so far? I love school choice. I took advantage of it a couple of years ago. My son's back in public school, but he was in private school because that's what was fitting for him for a couple of years. We as an organization support a parent's right to direct their education of their children at all times. Homeschool, private school, charter, public school, hybrid, do what you need to do for your child. But we've been doing that for a couple decades now, and 75 to 85% of American children are still in public education. Are we going to leave them behind? Are we going to let our youngest learners in America truly believe that at 5 years old, they can decide if they want to be a boy or a girl, neither or both, or change their mind from day to day? Are we going to let them learn for 12 years that America is a horrible place, that it's racist, that it's sexist, that it's homophobic, that it's not going to allow you to succeed? We can't do that. Get your kids out if you need to. Homeschool them if you need to, but you have to get back in this fight. Thank you. So, now that I've shown you the dismal plan of what's going on, the attacks we're under, and what's happening, I'm going to show you a little bit about hope. This is Robin Seaman. She was one of our first chapter chairs. She launched a chapter in Williamson County, Tennessee. She is a mom of 3. She stays home with them right now. They're adorable. They're 3 little girls. But one of the neatest things about Robin is she's a former B-1 bomber pilot for the United States Air Force. She's a great lady. So imagine her personality traits. Within the first 3 months of being a chapter, she had that chapter put 1,000 hours into evaluating every line of reading curriculum from K through 5 in that school district. They did what you call a red team. She had spreadsheets all around a conference room. They logged every line of concerns. And what they saw was some little nuanced things that probably aren't that big of a deal. When you saw it laid out what they were teaching kids in kindergarten, built on what they were going to learn in first grade, second grade, and when you saw the real picture of what was happening, it was not good. And actually, it violated Tennessee's law to not teach critical race theory. So Robin and her chapter members brought it to the school district. They spoke out publicly to the school district, and the school district did nothing. Nobody should be surprised. So they filed with the state a complaint because it filed state law, and the state said, probably violates it, but you were like 10 days late in filing for last year, so we're going to throw this out. So Robin, being the warrior that she is, now has a lawsuit against the school district. She will not stop. This is January Littlejohn, a mom in Florida. January is a licensed mental health counselor. She has a beautiful daughter that's 13 years old. And her daughter, the story there is, 2 years ago, the school decided to socially transition her without her knowledge. So January actually was Volunteer of the Year at school a couple years ago. They knew her well. She was an active, involved, and liked parent. However, the school decided to have a closed-door meeting with her 13-year-old daughter, where her 13-year-old daughter signed a legal document with the district that said she was changing her name, her pronoun, she picked what bathroom to use, what locker room she wanted to change in, and where she wanted to sleep in overnight field trips. The most egregious part of those documents, and they are in school districts all around the country, every state, except Florida right now because we passed a law, thanks to January's work. These documents, these policies, these procedural guides, they not only say, we're not going to tell your parents about this document you just signed. They say when we speak to your parents, we're going to use your birth name, your birth pronoun. We're going to deceive your parents. But January is a warrior. So, imagine if your family is in that crisis, you're dealing with that with your children. You don't want to go public, but January did. She took it to the school district, and when they did nothing, she worked to get a state law passed, which has been signed by our governor to protect families in Florida from this ever happening again. We got our own map. This is some hope, too. Southern Poverty Law Center has their map. We've been around for 2.5 years. We launched January 1st, 2021. The gold, the light, and all that darkness are Moms for Liberty chapters that have been launched. We now have almost 300 chapters in 45 states with 120,000 active moms on the ground. Last year, our chapters endorsed in 500 school board races across the country. They won 275 of those seats, and I want to tell you, they did it without a dollar, not a single dollar. Yay that they did it, but if they had money, imagine what they really could have accomplished. The state of California Teachers Union put $2 million in those school board races alone. Look what we're up against. But these moms are warriors. They are fighting. What our chapters do, what they've started this year, is forming legislative committees. So if they're in a state and there's multiple chapters, they are now getting together, each chapter gets a vote, and they start supporting laws that are being proposed. They help work on the legislation, and they talk to legislators about their concerns and get bills sponsored about issues they're concerned about. This year alone, 24 bills have been signed into law so far in the country, in Florida, Indiana, South Carolina, Iowa, Kentucky, Virginia, and Oklahoma. And these bills protect families, protect children, stop gender ideology, allow parents to see curriculum from school districts that are stopping it, among other things. So let's give them a round of applause, because that's a lot of work. So in closing, hopefully in my few minutes, I've laid out for you what's going on in public education in America and what's going on with parental rights in America. I've heard several people from the stage yesterday and today say we're at war. I think everybody at this whole summit agrees we are at war. And let me clarify for when the media picks up my speech, I don't mean anybody's picking up arms. We know what kind of war this is. It's a war of good versus evil. It's a war against truth versus lies. It is a war, keep going. Some people call it a cultural war. Some people call it a spiritual war. Whatever it is, we are at war, and parents are on the very front lines because our families are under attack. Once we lose the right to raise our children, once we lose the right to direct their upbringing, their medical care, their moral and religious upbringing, once we lose that right and the government has put themselves in between that, we're done. Our families are done. This country is done. And so that's where Moms for Liberty stands. Our mission is to save America by unifying, educating, and empowering parents to defend their parental rights at all levels of government. We do that at school districts because Tiffany and I, my co-founder, were former school board members. We've seen behind the education curtain. We know how this works, and so we're able to train all these parents on how to fight back. So my ask for you all today is we need you. And maybe it's not Moms for Liberty. Maybe it's another parental rights organization in your community. But you have to get involved in this issue. The children need you. Our country needs you. This is the final line of the sand of this war. So, I'm going to close on that. I'm going to tell you that we are thankful for, you saw the video that we opened with. None of those people were asked to say any of those things about us. We just went out on social and saw that people actually created videos supporting the parental rights movement. We saw that they were tweeting about the parental rights movement in defense. Those leaders in our country, and many others who just maybe didn't put out something publicly, are really taking a hard stand where we've drawn the line, and they are going to stand with parents. They are going to protect parental rights. And they are going to do what it takes to save America. So I'm asking everyone in this room to use your time, your talent, or your treasure, whatever you've got, and get in this fight with us. Thank you. God bless this movement, and God bless our great country.
Please welcome the Advisory Council member, Americans for Prosperity, Erick Erickson.
Thank you very much. I do have to say, I got into Denver last night about midnight, and my Russian-speaking driver informed me that Parkinson's disease is caused by a parasite that can be harnessed to cause clean, renewable energy, but the government's been killing the scientists who discovered it. It was a perfect welcome to Denver. It's a little bit unique. It is very interesting. Also that the Pope has sanctioned it. So I've learned all sorts of new stuff since I've been in Denver. I want to talk to you guys about limited government on behalf of Americans for Prosperity. It's what they specialize in advocating for around the country, with a series of chapters in states that teach people how to be more aggressive and important activists in their states and more informed activists, in large part because there is an effort in some states to roll back conservative advances. Now, a lot of times we ask these days, what is conservatism conserved? I would say, look at the Supreme Court of the Dobbs decision on social issues. And if you want to find out one great thing conservatives have done nationwide, it's look to Colorado and the Taxpayer Bill of Rights that's enshrined in the Constitution here, the left now hates. We're in this great divide in conservatism now on can we harness government as the left has done and use government as they did to advance our interests. We had a president once named George W. Bush who referred to being a big government conservative. I would argue maybe we should go the approach that AFP and others have advocated for, as why don't we gut the government so they don't have any more power than we have. Can you imagine in the state of Colorado, if there was no Taxpayer Bill of Rights, how much more like California the state would already be? Already they're trying to roll it back in the state. Already they see how it is an impediment to their ability to grow government beyond the means of government that we can afford anywhere in the country. And I would suggest to you that we should take this at the national level, that our Republican presidents and our Republican Congresses should not be looking to harness government and laws to advance conservative ends through progressive means, but rather we should be gutting the government, reducing the Code of Federal Regulations, reducing the U.S. Code, so the left doesn't have the power either. We're so often told these days that we should do what the left has done. We should operate like the left. We should function like the left. Our ways shouldn't be their ways, or we're going to wind up like them. Angry people with purple hair who want to burn down America. Yeah, so I'm in Atlanta. In Atlanta, they're trying to build a police training facility. A whole lot of very wealthy white kids with nose rings have come from out of state and showed up and demanded that the city council, majority black, stop this police training facility. So the majority white out-of-staters went to the majority black city council demanding they stop it and declared democracy dead when the city council supported expanding a police training facility. They used the out-of-town white kids, used the N-word to refer to the black members of city council who want greater police protection. These same white kids, they travel from Portland, Oregon, they travel through Denver and the like, demanding things they don't understand, using civil disobedience and terrorist tactics. The entirety of the Atlanta City Council now, and many of their children, have police protection because these people have demanded that they stop funding this police training facility. I would suggest the conservative response should be the only places we expand government are more police to round up people like this. And otherwise, we start gutting the government that these people then wish to use to harness their power and demand greater expanded social services. A people dependent on government for their survival are not a people. They're just enslaved by different means. It's sad to see so many people who want this massive dependency on government that tells you where to go to school and what to learn, and what you learn now is no longer the ABCs and 1, 2, 3s, but woke indoctrination. Frankly, I think if conservatives were smart, we would gut the Department of Education and incentivize parents getting rid of public schools. We should stop looking at our problems in this country as two groups fighting over power. Instead, we should recognize that the best way to deal with these solutions is to just get rid of that power, so that they nor we can do things. Because you and I will be fine if government leaves us alone. They will not. They can't win at the ballot box. They've tried to win in the judiciary. They've done that now, so they riot in the streets and try to burn down America. We should, again, enforce the laws against them, but also take away the laws they use to advance their agenda. I would encourage you to be an activist in that regard, to resist the siren song of harnessing the powers of government to advance our ends, because to harness the siren song of the power of government to harness our ends, all we do is expand government for when they get back in power to use against us. Instead, get rid of it. Become an activist. Right now in Colorado, the left is trying to fight to roll back the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, to cleverly amend it and make you think it's for your own benefit. If you're from Colorado, take the stand against that. Join groups like AFP and others to take a stand, educate voters, and stop them from rolling back the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which has constrained this state in ways that the government here does not want to be constrained. They resent the restraints, and we should laugh at them. And when we are asked, what has conservatism conserved? It has, to a degree, conserved liberty in Colorado by denying them the taxpayer money they want. And we should expand those efforts nationwide. I'm actually an evangelical Christian. I've been in seminary. I'm a small government person at heart, but I'm also a person of faith. And it continually, I read the stories in Scripture of people who are, reflected in even the Lord of the Rings, lured by power for the sake of power, and the insistence that you'll do good if you are given the power. And power is too tempting. Government is too tempting to use. And we should restrain ourselves and restrain them. And you can put in place through government the restrictions on the use of power that bind not just yourself but the other side as well. And we should think smartly about that as we move forward. 2024 should be a good year for Republicans, we hope, given the state of the economy, given the mind of the current president, to put it mildly and politely. We should be able to make good advance in the government and in the states at the national level if we are just committed to truth and committed to a different way from their way. Right now, so many Americans in the center, they look at the left and the right, we're screaming at each other. Everybody hates everybody. We feel like the nation's tattering apart. All the people in the middle want is someone who smiles instead of screams. All they want is someone who doesn't try to tell them there are 50,000 gender unicorns. All the middle wants is common sense. We can't afford to embrace the anger and the crazy that is reflected in the other side as we try to advance in 2024, because a smile is going to get us further. And when you explain to the people in the middle who are afraid their children's scholarships are at jeopardy because boys have decided to try out for the girls' team, you can smile and tell them, you join us, we stop that and them. They don't want that angry craziness. And everywhere in 2022, we advanced with a smile. We advanced with an economic argument and a cultural argument and a we're not crazy argument. In the places that our side didn't do so well, we forgot to advance sanity and a smile. But we can learn our lesson, and we can advance. Not only can we advance against the left by depriving them of what they cherish most, an expansive government. Let them get back to Washington one day, and the EPA no longer has expansive powers. The Department of Education is gone. How do they implement their woke agenda when they don't have the tools to do it? If we've been smart and we've taken them away, that's what we should be working for. Take away those tools, give them back to the states. Let's fight at that level. For those of you here in Colorado, the fight is at hand on the Taxpayer Bill of Rights and other issues as the left continues to try to march. The legalization of marijuana and others brought the crazy out to town in Colorado. I mean, I had it in my car last night. My goodness. You don't have to put up with it, though, because there are a lot of people who they're not engaged. They feel alienated. But you can learn to be a neighborhood activist and knock on the door of your neighbor and build relationships and seek the welfare of your local community, as Scripture says, because there you'll find your welfare. And when you begin to be involved in your community and you know your neighbor and your neighbor knows you and knows your heart, you're far more persuasive than the out-of-towner who comes in with the purple hair and the nose ring. So just be involved in your community. Learn to be an activist. And again, if you're interested, Americans for Prosperity is a great place to go learn how to be a door-to-door activist with the skills and information to improve your local community. Because if we improve our communities one-on-one, we improve our state, and if we improve our state, we improve our nation. So work in your own backyard as a conservative committed to limited government, and we will fix the country. Thank you so much.
Please welcome the Christian Leadership Program Manager for Leadership Institute, Amanda Spiers.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having me. My name is Amanda Spiers, and I'm the Christian Leadership Manager for the Leadership Institute. If you guys are not aware of what the Leadership Institute does, our mission is to increase the number and effectiveness of conservative activists throughout the country. We have over 50 different types of trainings to do that, including fundraising, campaign management, being a good candidate, basically anything you need to know to get into the movement. One of my favorite things about the Leadership Institute as well is our Youth Leadership School. That is one of the first schools that I ever took in the Leadership Institute movement. It is a 2-day training that teaches you everything you need to know to be a good youth coordinator, whether that's on a campaign or even working for a movement, pro-life movement, anything like that. What's really cool too is we offer scholarships to go to this training. Our next one is in DC over the 4th of July weekend. And you get to spend an extra day in DC watching the fireworks on the National Mall. It's a great way to take advantage of a really fun time in DC and learn some really awesome principles. Also, if you're not able to make it out to any of our trainings, we have on-demand trainings. We just launched an app so you can see all of that from your tablet, from your computer, on demand. So a great way to get all of that information to you, whether you want to just branch out into the movement or as a candidate or as just a campaign manager, anything like that. Now, my favorite program, because I run it, is the Christian Leaders Program. It's a great way for any Christian students to really get involved. Tons of resources, one-on-one mentorship throughout the year. So we will be offering virtual networking hours every single month with different leaders across the movement, scholarships to different events such as this one, events such as March for Life, CPAC, anything like that. The program is really growing. It's a great way to get your students, or if you're a student yourself, involved. You can scan the QR code there to get involved, or come visit me at the booth later on. Finally, if you guys want any more information, feel free to scan that QR code, sign up, we'll put you on the email list and get a little bit more information, as well as enter to win a $200 gift certificate. So thank you all. Looking forward to seeing you at the booth later.
Please welcome the Vice President for Policy at the Independent Women's Forum, Hadley Heath Manning.
Hello, I'm Hadley Heath Manning, Vice President for Policy at Independent Women's Voice, and I'm here to introduce a swimmer, a winner, and an advocate who really needs no introduction. Riley Gaines is the Stand With Women spokeswoman at Independent Women's Voice and a graduate of the University of Kentucky, where she was a 12-time All-American swimmer. Riley has made waves for speaking out after tying University of Pennsylvania swimmer Leah Thomas, a biological male competing in women's sports, at the 2022 NCAA Division I Women's Swimming and Diving Championships. After Riley directly experienced competing against a man, she became one of the first female athletes to speak out against this injustice, challenging the rules at the NCAA, USA Swimming, and the International Olympic Committee and other governing bodies. Riley has traveled across the country speaking out about the need to protect women's spaces. She's encouraged other female athletes to come forward and to highlight the issue and why it's blatantly unfair to women and harmful. This year, experts and advocates from Independent Women's Forum and Independent Women's Voice have, including Riley, have testified before Congress 10 times so far. And we've testified in state legislative hearings more than 40 times. And Riley's been a huge part of this effort. One result of our work has been the enactment of the first ever Women's Bill of Rights in the state of Kansas, even over Governor Kelly's veto. Tennessee followed, and we expect many more states to adopt this legislation, which simply codifies the definition of woman and preserves women as a legal category that accords with biological sex and not gender identity. There's a federal bill as well. Yes, thank you. So we've been successful in introducing the federal legislation, and over 26,000 people have signed on in support of the Women's Bill of Rights, and you can do so as well. This legislation obviously has implications for women's sports, but the Women's Bill of Rights will protect women-only spaces beyond sports too, such as dormitories, prisons, domestic violence shelters, and homeless shelters. This is not to mention the many sports-specific bills that states have adopted in the last legislative session, and there are many. Now more than 20 states protect women's sports from male participation as a matter of fairness, privacy, and safety. We've also called attention to women's sports at the national level, hosting Our Bodies, Our Sports events to call out the current administration, which has been working to rewrite Title IX. We've driven over 25,000 comments to the Title IX open docket, and our petition to the NCAA has garnered over 20,000 signatures. I'm proud of how our organization has worked with Riley to turn her story and her experience into real change, both in terms of public policy and public opinion. She's fit right in at our organization where, on average, someone from IWF or IWV is on TV 3 times a day, and we're working to place op-eds in a variety of publications every week. During the course of this work together, I've had the chance to get to know Riley on a personal level, and I want to add in closing that what you see with Riley is what you get. She's sincere, she's authentic, she loves God, and ultimately she works to serve Him. Her experience as a swimmer reminds me of a Bible verse from the story of Joseph in the Old Testament. He said to his brothers, "As for you, you meant evil against me, but God meant it for good." And what happened to Riley as a swimmer was not good, but God has used it for good in an amazing way. So please help me welcome to the stage my friend and colleague, Independent Women's Voice spokeswoman, Riley Gaines.
Please welcome the 12-time NCAA All-American swimmer, Riley Gaines.
All right, rock it.
Hello. Oh my gosh, first of all, let me just say what a blessing it is to be in front of a crowd that's not trying to kill me. Really, to be in front of people who are so passionate about these issues that affect us as Americans, so passionate about America as a whole, it means so much. It's so inspiring to myself to know that we are the majority here. A little bit about me. This past year, first and foremost, I realized the quickest way to make God laugh in your face is to make plans for yourself. I graduated University of Kentucky last year with a degree in human health sciences and health law and had every intent on going into dental school. I actually wanted to pursue endodontics, which is root canals, weirdly enough. Why I wanted to do that, I don't know. But clearly I'm not working on teeth. My life has been totally uprooted from what I thought I was going to do. I realized what a disservice it would be, not only to myself, but to that next generation of female athletes, of females. The past generation of female athletes who fought relentlessly for Title IX, and of course the present female athletes who are silenced amidst all of the craziness that we're dealing with and what that craziness looks like. I started swimming when I was 4 years old. I graduated from the University of Kentucky when I was 22. So I dedicated 18 years of my life to my sport, which of course includes your sport-specific training, but also your weights, your diet, your sleep schedule, your physical rehabilitation, not to mention the social sacrifices. You don't get to go to prom. You don't get to have sleepovers with your friends on Friday nights because you have practice Saturday morning at 6 a.m. You don't get to come home when you're in college for summers or Christmas or Thanksgiving. You're there all year. You get 1 week off in August, and that's it. But I was very fortunate to commit to the University of Kentucky, where I proudly finished my career as a 12-time NCAA All-American, a 5-time SEC champion, the SEC record holder in the 200 butterfly, making me one of the fastest Americans of all time, 2-time Olympic trial qualifier, SEC Scholar Athlete of the Year, SEC Community Service Leader of the Year, but really all of that to say that it's a lifelong journey to get to that point. And it really is impossible to put into words the amount of time, again, and the dedication and the sacrifices. But I made it there. I was very blessed. My junior year, I finished 7th in the country. I knew I could do more. That's when I made it my goal to win a national title, which would, of course, mean becoming the fastest female in the country in my respective event. First of all, I want to mention we were partially robbed my collegiate career anyways because we dealt with COVID. My sophomore year, we were geared up, ready to go to our national championships, which is the fastest meet in the world. And about 3 days before we were supposed to leave in March of 2020, America shut down. And so we got sent home, which, as I mentioned, we never got sent home. So when I heard this news we were getting sent home, I was actually kind of excited. Don't tell my coaches. But I knew what this meant. I got to go home. I got to spend time with my family. But this excitement lasted all of 24 hours because I quickly realized I knew we would eventually have to come back, but there was no pools open. There were no gyms open. But I'm very fortunate to be from Tennessee, where there's lots of lakes. And so every day I put on a wetsuit and swam miles aimlessly in this lake to continue improving. And that's what I did, and that's when I came back my junior year. This is when I won my first SEC individual title. We won our first SEC championship as a team. And that's when I finished 7th in the country. But as I mentioned, then and there, I knew I could do more, and I set my goal to become a national champion, which would, of course, mean becoming the fastest female in my respective event in the country. And I was right on pace to do that my senior year. About midway through my senior season, I was ranked 3rd in the country, behind one amazing female swimmer who I knew very well, because like in most sports, your top-tier athletes know of each other, regardless of where you compete in the country. And so the girl in 2nd I knew very well. But the person trailing the country by body lengths, I had never heard of before. And this is the first time that I became aware of a swimmer named Lia Thomas. And there was a lot of red flags. This was a senior from University of Pennsylvania, ranking 1st in the 100 freestyle and all of the freestyle events in between to the mile. And if you think about this in terms of your Olympic runners, this is like saying your best 200-meter runner was your best marathon runner, which is, of course, very rare. Well, that doesn't happen. Lots of head scratching. I was talking to my coach, my teammates. We had no idea who this person was. There's this database called USA Swimming where you can look up past times, and I'm looking up Lia Thomas, and nothing pops up until that season. Never once occurred to me this was a male, until an article came out disclosing very briefly in a blip of a sentence, as if we were really supposed to just read right over it. Lia Thomas is formerly Will Thomas and swam 3 years on the men's team at University of Pennsylvania before deciding to switch to the women's team. And carried on with the article. And I read this, and I was shocked. I was so shocked. My coach was shocked, my teammates were shocked, my parents were shocked. But I really felt relieved because I looked up who Will Thomas was. And I saw that this was a mediocre male swimmer at best, ranking 462nd in the nation among the men. And that's why I say I was relieved, because I thought the NCAA would see this how I saw it, how anyone with a brain would see it. But that is not how the NCAA saw it. They saw absolutely nothing wrong with allowing Lia Thomas to compete with the women. And so I got to personally witness and feel the effect that this infringement, this injustice had on myself and my teammates and my competitors. I can wholeheartedly attest to the tears that I saw from the girls who placed 9th and 17th and missed out on being named an All-American by 1 place. And I can wholeheartedly attest to the extreme discomfort when you turn around in the locker room, there's a 6'4", 22-year-old male disrobing, fully intact with an exposing male genitalia while you're simultaneously undressing. And I can wholeheartedly attest to the talks and the grumbles and the whispers, because that's what they were whispers of anger and frustration from these girls who, just like myself, had worked our entire lives to get to that meet. And so that first day of competition, we watched on the side of the pool as Thomas swam to a national title, beating every female in the country by, again, body lengths. And keep in mind, swimming is a sport that's measured down to the 100th of a second. So to have one person beating everyone in the country by body lengths, that doesn't happen. And also keep in mind, these aren't scrubs. The women that Thomas beat were Olympians, American record holders, the best swimmers, the best female swimmers this nation has ever seen, again by body lengths. And so that next day of competition was the day that Thomas and I raced. This was the 200 freestyle. If you don't know how swimming works, there's prelims and finals, and we both swam prelims and qualified top 8, and so we came back that night, and almost impossibly enough, we tied. We went the exact same time down to the 100th of a second, which ties are rare when you're racing for 1 minute and 40 seconds to go the exact same time down to the 100th. So you can't look at this situation and tell me God didn't have his hand in it. And so we tied, and we go behind the awards podium where the NCAA official looks at Thomas and myself, Thomas, who's towering over me at 6'4", me being 5'6". And the official says, "Great job, but you guys tied, and we only have 1 trophy. So we're going to give this trophy to Lia." And so I questioned this, which was the first time anyone questioned anything the NCAA had done up until this point. And I said, "Okay, why? I know we tied, I know there's 1 trophy, but what's your thought process here?" And I actually appreciate his honesty, because he said, "Well, we're just gonna have to give the trophy to Lia because Lia has to hold it for pictures. You can pose with this one, but you have to give it back. You go home empty-handed, Lia takes the trophy home, end of story." And that's ultimately what thrusted me over the edge into really just no longer being willing to lie. Because up until this point, I knew the unfair competition was wrong. Of course I did. I knew the locker room was wrong. But when they reduced everything that we had worked our entire lives for down to a photo op to validate the feelings and the identity of a male at the expense of our own, that's when I was done. Because up until this point, I waited for a coach. I waited for an official. I waited for someone with political power, a parent, another swimmer, someone to say something, someone to stand up for us. But then it slapped me across the face in those moments standing on the podium. Some of you might have seen the picture where we're posing with those little dinky trophies, and I'm glaring at Thomas, and he's just sitting there smiling, of course. How one can be proud of that, I don't know. But in these moments, it slapped me across the face that if we as female athletes weren't willing to stick up for ourselves, we can't expect anyone to stick up for us. So that's what that looked like, and ultimately that's when I think we can all agree swimming is not a sport that garners a lot of media attention. But there was a lot of outlets there, both left-leaning, right-leaning, everything in between, reaching out to us. They would find our name, they would find your social media. My inbox was full of reporters. Everyone was being coached not to respond by our universities. But I did. And I was a lady from the Daily Wire. And that story quickly blew up and turned into Fox and CPAC and being on stage with Trump and a lot of amazing opportunities that I by no means felt equipped for. I still don't feel equipped for. When I did my college speaking classes, your typical comms, public speaking you have to do, my face turned the color of a tomato. And so I'm just learning to roll with the punches. But I've realized when you're so passionate about something, those nerves go out of the window. But I very quickly began to, it was great I was shedding light on these stories, but I began to feel as if I was almost complaining and whining. How could I do something to enact change? And that's when I started traveling state to state, testifying on behalf of this. Hadley mentioned it before this, but now 22 states thus far have passed some sort of fairness in women's sports bill, Colorado not being one of them. This state needs some help. So if there's any legislators in the room, I've been involved in the process in this state through testimony and such, but there's some work that needs to be done here. At the federal level, of course, we have Title IX, that is a federal civil rights law that is supposed to prevent discrimination on the basis of sex. What the administration in the White House is doing right now is actively working to rewrite Title IX, to where it's no longer preventing discrimination on the basis of sex, it's preventing discrimination on the basis of gender identity. And so what this means, men could live in dorm rooms with women, men would have full access to bathrooms, locker rooms, changing spaces, men could join sororities with women. Men could take academic and athletic scholarships away from women. Under this new rewrite, it's actually sexual harassment. You're charged with sexual harassment if you misgender a trans-identifying individual. So if I were to call Leah Thomas a he, which I do, then I'm guilty of sexual harassment. Not Leah Thomas, who's parading around our locker room exposing male genitalia. Let that sink in. That's what the people leading this country, that's what they think of women. That's the message they send to women, that our privacy, our safety, our fairness, our equal opportunities, our dignity, I could go on. That doesn't matter. We're collateral damage in this process, which is an abomination. I want to briefly touch on the silencing piece, because of course the fairness in women's sports piece is wrong. Obviously it's wrong. It's so blatantly wrong. But the silencing, the freedom of speech issue that is plaguing this country, especially coming from someone who just left a university, it's crazy. I've talked at great lengths with a lot of Leah Thomas's teammates who went through this every day, all year. They were forced to go to mandatory LGBTQ education meetings every week to learn about how just by being cisgender, they were oppressing Leah Thomas. When they sent an email to their administration expressing their discomfort, there were 16 swimmers who signed on and their parents, expressing their discomfort to their administration in the locker room. Their administration responded back with, and I swear I have a screenshot of this, if you feel uncomfortable seeing male genitalia, here's some counseling resources that you need to seek. They were told that they can't take a stance because their school has already taken their stance for them. They were told you will never get a job, you will never get into grad school, you will lose all your friends. You'll lose your scholarship and playing time if you speak out. They were told if you do speak out, and any harm whatsoever comes towards Thomas's way, whether that's physical, mental, emotional, through social media, then you're solely responsible. And you don't want to be solely responsible for someone's harm, do you? Of course not. This is textbook gaslighting. It's emotional blackmail. So it might seem as if I've been some lone face and lone voice fighting for this, fighting for women. But make no mistake, I speak for so many. I speak for so many across the political spectrum. This is not something that should fall on party lines in the manner that it has. In just recent weeks, the U.S. House of Representatives, Representative Greg Steube introduced this, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act. And every single Democrat, every single one, all 203 of them, voted in opposition of protecting women and girls in sports. Every single one. And this was the party that once embraced the feminist movement. They have turned their back on women. And I hope people see that. I hope people see that for what it is. To cater to 0.5% of the population, again, we have become the collateral damage. That's what that looks like. But it's not just the female athletes who are being silenced. It's the coaches. I was nominated for NCAA Woman of the Year, which is the highest collegiate honor for female athletes. It's something that encompasses your academics, your athletics, your service, which are all things I'm very passionate about. But then they released a full list of nominees for NCAA Woman of the Year, to which was not exclusive to just women, because Leah Thomas was nominated. And so they had a big conference, a big convention center. And so I decided to go, which of course I was not going in support. I tried to buy a booth in this convention center, and I applied with my name, denied. I thought maybe something was wrong. I'm offering them $2,000. I tried again, denied. Then I came up with an alias. They very quickly accepted my $2,000. And I got inside this convention center to where athletic directors were walking around. Every single athletic director, I was handing out pamphlets of Title IX. Every single athletic director who walked by said, "Keep going, I support you. Keep fighting." In the first 60, I thought, this is great, until it continued, and I began to feel frustrated. And I started asking them, "That's great that you support this, but would you say so publicly?" "Oh, no, we can't have a lawsuit. You know, I'm the breadwinner for my family. I can't lose my job," and would very quickly turn and walk away. I say that to show the cowardice, to show the lack of a spine, the lack of a backbone that these people have. These people in powerful positions, these Democrats, these are moms and dads. Are you telling me all 203 at the federal level are okay with their daughters undressing next to a fully grown and intact man? And if that answer is truly yes, then there's another conversation that needs to be had, because that's perverse and disgusting. I'll just wrap up with my final thoughts of why. Because as I mentioned, it's a lot bigger than just women's sports. It's happening in prisons, it's happening in sororities and shelters, I mean, all over. And it's a systemic erasure of women. So in regards to the denying of objective truth, of biblical truth, of biological reality, the silencing, the changing of the language that we use, notice how in peer-reviewed medical published journals, it's not mother, it's birthing person, birth giver, cervix haver, uterus owner, chest feeder. They refuse to use the term woman. So the changing of the language, the breakdown of family, the breakdown of faith, the breakdown of freedoms, and there's a lot more. I mean, the taking of the guns. There's a lot of pieces here that directly point to Marxism. I mean, directly, it's textbook. I wish more people could open their eyes and see this and see how that turns out for any civilization. Open a history book and see how that turns out. And it's not pretty. It's chilling. And again, this is the direction that our administration, the people in charge, are leading us, which is why it's crucial this next cycle we get someone in who will turn this around and put America back on track. But really what I think it is, myself being a Christian, is I see this entirely as spiritual warfare. It's no longer good versus bad or right versus wrong. It's really moral versus evil. And I looked that evil in the eyes when I went to San Francisco State University and I was met with a mob of protesters. And notice how they're the ones who claim to be inclusive and loving and kind and accepting and tolerant and all of those terms. I saw this, and they're none of those things. I was physically attacked, and allow me to reiterate, for simply saying men and women are different. I was physically attacked and held for ransom for over 3.5 hours with law enforcement doing nothing. They demanded I paid them money if I wanted to make it home to see my family again. For 3.5 hours. You know what repercussions have been had since? None. The administrator, the vice president of student affairs of San Francisco State University, actually released an email, sent it out to their student body the day after this. I am so proud of our brave students for handling someone as personally apparent as Riley Gaines, who spread so much violence in the manner that they did. Word for word, what the administration at the university said about this. So I'm not equipped to talk about, a lot of things, but I'm here to share my experience that is so far from unique. There are so many girls, I get messages daily, and I promise you, I really mean that. I wish I had more time. The clock is already, I'm over. But I could list example after example after example of this happening to other girls. That's why it's our jobs as Americans, as Christians, to be bold in the truth, stand firm in the truth. More than anything, that is so important. We've gone so far from that. One last thing very quickly. This conversation very naturally and understandably gets centered around girls and women. But men, you are not clear. We need men. We need masculinity. We need that. We've deemed masculinity as toxic or bad or some unadmirable trait. But men need to fulfill their biblical role of protecting and providing. So mothers, defend your daughters and teach your sons masculinity. I so appreciate you guys being here, and I wish I had more time. Thank you.
Please welcome back Jeff Hunt.
Standing ovation for Riley Gaines. I got to tell you, as a father of a little girl, thank you. Thank you for being so bold. Thank you for being so courageous. We're going to continue to stand with you as you are out there, and I want you to know that you have a family here that's always going to back you. Thank you, Riley. Friends, what a wonderful morning. This is the work we have to do to advance Christian conservative principles in the West. We're going to break for lunch here. Go up to the exhibit hall. We have pizza, food up there that you can purchase. We got the mechanical bull. And then at 1:30, a wonderful set of workshops is going to begin. We've got 2 series of workshops all afternoon. Make sure you're a part of that. Then we'll have the ticketed dinner at 5 p.m. in the Mile High Ballroom, which is kind of around the corner. We'll see you there. If not, 7 p.m. back in this room. Have a great afternoon.